Late night, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac, sit and spin. A knife live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac, sit and spin is about to start. So come on in and do your part. Juvan's Night Flicks is the channel you seek for new knife reviews and a show every week. Fight. Insomniac, night, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac, sit and spin. A knife live stream and a gathering of friends.
My channel may review knives, but I have the most fun on the lives. Settle in and grab a snack. Juvan and his vibe will arrive to attack. Talking blades and casting shade. There may be some friendly debate, but please no hate. Wow. My channel may My channel may review knives, but I have the most fun on the lives. Settle in and grab a snack. Juvan and his vibe will arrive to attack. Talking blades and casting shade. There may be some friendly debate, but please no hate. But please no hate. My channel may very few nights, but please no hate. But please no hate. Wow. But please no hate. Wow.
Yeah. You vibes in the word. What a wait. Late night creeps where the shadows grin. Juvan's in the cut, let the games begin. With a flick of the blade, we dive in the sin. It's a marathon groove, not a race to win. The clock don't sleep, the knives don't pause. Chasing thrills, no time for applause. The world spins mad on Juvan's claws, where the edge cuts deep in the knife's great jaws. Sit and spin under the neon glow. Wide awake where the insomniacs go. Feel the steel flash, let the adrenaline flow. Juvan's Night Flicks, it's the live late show. It's the live late show. Right away. It's the live late show. We're too sharp to dull, too fast to catch. Each blade is the spark making midnight hatch. In the zone we own on this Twitch dispatch, where the world sits still but the vibes still match. Time's a blur in the sleepless den. Every move's a twist, that slice in the zen. Juvan's got the rhythm, the pulse of man. Locked in the spin till the morning end. Sit and spin under the neon glow. Wide awake where the insomniacs go. Feel the steel flash, let the adrenaline flow. Juvan's Night Flicks, it's the live late show.
A little bit, but are you high on cigarettes? And when that stuff runs out, you're gonna wanna make it. Are you high on cigarettes?
Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Do you know that you're right or wrong? 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 He don't smoke 'em, but he loves it when you do. That's why he's high on cigarettes. should light him up a few. He's getting high on cigarettes.
What is up, guys? I don't know if y'all can hear me, but I've frozen up. Hold on. I'm frozen up. You know what that means? That means I'm going to greet you, and then I'm going to drop out and pop in. But I'm glad to see you guys. I wanted to start a little early. Like I say, I shoot for 9 o'clock. I know Tri-State's still going because I moved up an hour about a year ago. But I'm going to say just howdy to Ground Fog. What's up, Ground Fog? We got somebody in here new. Our Fanny Aquib, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We got Marco Ye, the man, the myth, the legend. We got B Shady, coolest dude on Instagram. We've got Bugsy Craftworks was in the house. Want to know why knives? Welcome, welcome. What is up? We got West 1, 2, 3, aka Space Ghost. We got my brother Paul Mills, and Wes is a channel member. Wes, you need to stop by on Sundays and get on giveaways. You just got to pop in and pop out, dude. You never have to be present to win. We got Paul Mills in the house. What's up, brother? I see activity behind the wall, like when I start going live and I'm running out my 5 minutes, which is like censor time in YouTube land, terms of service. So I let the people gather I let it run for 5 minutes. So I see activity, but I'm not in there to where I can respond. I don't see what the chats are. I know I'm going to get to them when I go live. So don't think I'm ignoring you. When I pop in there and say I'm going to be live in a couple of minutes, I pop right out. Because I need a producer. It's not as complicated as some programs I've used, but when you're trying to do it live, it can be a pain in the ass. Kathleen Smith, one of my favorite subscribers, always leaving keen comments. I'm starting to try to get in the comments more, Kathleen. I'm slowly overcoming my reluctance and my ostrich syndrome, and I'm getting in there. My spiritual Sherpa, the one that leads me through this crazy YouTube land. Joe, the man, the myth, Isabella. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Wes, 26 effing months. That's going to get you. I can't give you a man hug. All right, this is the time that I bail out. Y'all sit tight. Y'all sit tight. I almost clicked in stream. That would have been crucially bad. Y'all visit with each other for like 20 seconds. Boom. Hello. All right, I got to give him a man hug. Thank you so much for sticking with me for over 2 years. You've got to stop by on Sundays, buddy. It's just a thank you stream. I don't have anything new to say. I put up a secret word. We get about 15 people in there. I give stuff away. Just stop by. You don't have to be present to win. Man hug coming your way. Thank you so much. Wes B 123. Been around as long as I've been in the chat rooms, if I remember correctly. Blessed EDC is in the house. What is up? Good to see you, man. All right, we are caught up. I have done everything except switched there we go. Now I feel better. I've got some knives out. I got a knife in today that I'm totally confused by. And I feel guilty because I requested it. This is a knife that Kaiser released. I usually get knives every month because Kaiser's very generous and lets me review a good many of their knives. Because I went to them early on, they're one of the few companies, they and Civivi are what started my knife addiction. Those two solely were the knives I was buying. I'm convinced I owned every one back around 2020. But this is a little knife called the see, this is why you want to have a redundant titanium magnifying. The cannoli. This is called the cannoli. And the cannoli's weird in several little ways. So first it looks like it's going to be a small scalpel, which it is. It comes with one scale, and you can see this one's Vortex micarta. It also comes with, in the box, another little micarta scale that's black. In the unboxing, which I don't know when it'll go live, I changed it out. Real easy to do. Oh, it comes with a keychain. I don't put knives on my keychain, and it's also allegedly a neck carry knife, or it would be a great pocket dropper, or a bug out bag, or a little Max Ace, or not Max Ace, Maxpedition pouch. But this little grind on this knife, and I've actually am working on sharpening it by hand because it wasn't very sharp out of the box, but it's like it's not, I'm not even going to call it a chisel. I'm going to call it a Japanese kiridashi grind, because if you look at it, I guess for lack of better purpose, it is a chisel. But this whole tang is it's like a concave, or you can see it there. It's like a little track that runs in it, which gives you really good purchase. I can't see this doing much more than opening packages. Until I get it sharp, it won't open a cat food bag, I wouldn't think. But it's OS 10. Kaiser used OS 10 in another knife I recently got. I don't know where that one is. Which doesn't matter, but I like seeing Kaiser use a lot of different steels. I don't know if you guys have been, Paul, the jury's out on it. I'm gonna come back. It is very much like a kiridashi, and I'm probably gonna carry it in my back pocket. I want to make sure it fits somewhere in my rotation as a cutting tool. Looking at it, usually when I look at a knife, because I carry a slip joint in my left pocket that I rarely ever cut with. I carry my primary folder, which, to be honest with you, I rarely cut with. And I carry a fixed blade in my back pocket that I'll always cut with. Today, I carried this little Whiskey Jack, which is a Kaiser knife. It's really kind of unique. This one does cut. The things I need to cut, I would not take it to break down a bunch of cardboard, but for everything that I cut on the daily, opening food, cutting paracord occasionally, cutting rope maybe once every month, cutting cardboard in terms of opening packages. It's a great knife for that. And it rides in my back pocket. Man, I've gotten some wonderful comments on my carrying in the back pocket solution. A lot of people never thought of that, and they tell me in no uncertain terms why, because running backwards in the forest, it's like running backwards in the forest and full of trees. And I answer that comment with, I don't run backwards in the woods. Plus, I'm a city dweller. So I'm not, I can understand it's not for everybody. Have y'all ever heard of a company called Molisect? I apologize. I'm trying to not wean myself, but I'm trying to not take my ADHD medication like the days before my day off and things like that. But have y'all ever heard of Molisect? I first met them. They reached out. They had a budget knife they wanted me to take a look at. And it came in, and I was very, very impressed with it. It was called the Shuttle. I've got a review on it. It's not a knife I would normally buy because it's kind of got a trailing point. Ryan Ellis, what is up? And it's got a little bit of a recurve, which is not my thing, but it's a bar lock titanium 14C, and it's like $60. Really nice knife. So I reached out to him. Somehow this got sent out in the interim. This is a knife I saw on Amazon. It sells for $165. And this knife is a Molsect. I haven't even done the review. The unboxing might go live tonight, but this is carbon fiber on top of titanium with an S35 blade. Very unique looking, really functional clip, frame lock, and it's got a flipper tab. It's also got not really proprietary hardware. I guess it is. It's like a flathead. It's kind of like, I forget who has that hardware, but I was able to get it with a dime. I was also able to get it with a little pry bar that just happens to be that size. But it's an interesting knife. I'm in the process of testing it. I'm just kind of showing you guys new things that I'm here's the other Aus 10, the first Aus 10. I hated this knife when I unboxed it. I'm actually starting to like it. I'm starting to like it because it's got jimping here and it's got jimping here. And I rarely cut across my finger. And if I do, if I hold back here and I cut across that hole, there's no drag. There's no issue. If I'm just using the front of the blade and I want to get more control over the blade, it cuts very, very well. Tall, flat ground, Aus 10. This is called the Night Jar. Don't ask me where they get the name. And then I made a trade. All my Lucky Dog or my Finch knives, I moved out a little Finch collection. And Andrew from Lucky Dog Knife Company wanted it. And it was a pretty substantial collection. It was 7 Finch knives, all the first ones, first edition, and a DLC exclusive. And he traded me this Guard Dog, which is from his last run, which is one of the, I've got 3, I had 3 of his knives. This is my 4th. I've traded with him for knives. I've purchased knives from him because he's a small maker. I review them and send them back, but I've not yet. I've sent one knife back. This knife I sent back the first time I reviewed it because he sent it with another knife that I purchased. And then, okay, I'm gonna have to ask about this. Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
But then he's also got a drop coming in the next week or two, and he's actually sending me another little knife, a new design that I'm kind of stoked about. So that's new. What is what did it just say on your screen? Did you have it up there on purpose? What was it? I couldn't. It was something Creeley. I thought at first it was Police Creeley. Your little screen here. I can make it. Watch this. Paul Creeley. P-O-L Creeley. Paul Creeley Blades. Did you change the name?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
I wonder when you signed in, can you see what I'm talking about? Like if you look at the screen, I know you're sharpening blades, but see how when you sign in, your name's there. You've always been.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's not a big deal, and all you have to do is back out, and when you come back in, you just change the way.
Yeah, I'll do that
if you want to. It's not a big deal. I just thought it was a joke at first. Guys, that is Gary Creeley. That guy is an absolute gentleman and a scholar. And I mean the scholar. What's up, projectiles? I mean a scholar in the greatest of ways. He's kind of like my steel Sherpa, and he makes some of the sliciest, longest edge retention using the finest, latest, greatest Magna Cut. And when I say the latest, greatest Magna Cut, this particular knife, well, not this one. That's a Crucible Magna Cut before they went. I'm going to have to turn this camera off. My Minnow, this is an Air Steel. I think it's in Sweden, Switzerland. They're the company that's currently pouring Magna Cut. And I've been testing both of these blades, trying to get the working edge to finally quit performing on this Magna Cut. So I can then figure out how much more, and I'm sure what I'll do is cut a bunch of more Magna Max after that, and then just say it continue to cut, because people won't expect me to cut all the feet that it'll cut. So yeah, Gary, I just noticed that, and I thought it was a joke. I was trying to figure out what it was, what it was referenced to.
Yeah, I don't know.
There have been so many interesting things. What I was getting ready to talk about, and we all joked about it a couple of lives ago. MC Metal Complex has been doing some videos on spine wax, and it was kind of a psyop. I thought it was, but he was whacking knives, and then he did a video today that I watched about 10 minutes of. And I would say this to Metal Complex. I'm sure his analytics will say the same thing, that people drop after about 3 minutes, because he says, as part of his reviews going forward, he realizes, he knows from cutting himself twice, that spine whacks are things that really happen. He's not going to whack them as hard or as often, but he's going to spine whack every knife he gets in. And that's when he got on his high horse about 90 seconds before I bounced. And he said, I have over 890,000 subscribers. I'm getting millions of views a week. I have to put my reputation, which I totally understand, on the line for every knife I, say is a good knife or a bad knife. And so I'm going to do it, and the rest of you can just, suck an egg. And the thought is, I can understand his point on making sure you're recommending a knife that is sound, but you don't have to sit there and spine whack it. I'm still surprised. And he says he's a pro. He would have not had a careless mistake, but he hit the back of his knife in 2 different occasions, closing on him, causing substantial injury, to quote him. One was a tip that I guess he was prying with, and it closed on him. And the other was, I forget, some other action, but I could not see how in the real world you would replicate more than one initial whack. So I know when Chris Reeves sets his, he gives it a tap to make sure the geometry's set. But to tap it several times, you're vibrating it. You're going against anything you would do in the real world with the knife, with the spine of a knife. I can understand one misfire, and I don't even understand that. But more than one? Can you think of a scenario where you would accidentally hit it twice and get it to wiggle shut if it didn't fail on the first whack?
Yeah, it sounds like nonsense to me. Honestly, like, spine whacking isn't especially a useful test, I don't think.
I won't spine whack my knives because I know it damages them, if you do it more than once. I told jokingly.
Does he spine whack slip joints?
No, he doesn't. And he uses that kind of as a over the top example. If I didn't worry about the integrity of the lock, I would just have a slip joint. And I'm thinking, Metal Complex, think about it. A lock is just a convenience over a slip joint. It's not. Get a fixed blade. If you're talking about what you're talking about, get a freaking fixed blade.
Yeah, get a fixed
small
blade.
one.
Yeah.
I made a video yesterday, the day before, I think it was yesterday, about carrying in my back pocket. Dude, I'm getting some wonderful comments of people just roasting me, and I'm having so much fun with it. It is wonderful. Oh,
Yeah.
I'd like to see you resheet that, or that's like running through the woods backwards. I was like, my mom always told me don't run with knives. Plus, I'm a city guy, and I've said that in the video. I don't use my knives hard. I can understand it's not for everyone, like I said in the video, but it's just something maybe to think about if you're trying to maximize your loadout. I carry a slip joint in my left pocket. I carry a primary folder, modern knife in my right. I carry my flashlight on my hem of my left pocket, my iPhone in my left rear pocket, wallet in the front left pocket. And this is a small loadout. I don't feel it. My fixed blade in my back right pocket and my Freedom Pill dispenser is IWB at my appendix. And that's how I roll.
Freedom what?
My Freedom Pill dispenser. That's YouTube terms of service for a pew.
We don't like to say the word?
They don't like the word. No, they actually don't like the word. Now, I've heard different things, but there's crazy things going on with AI and how YouTube is utilizing it for channel takedowns, and a lot of channels have recently been taken down. A lot of them, they should be, because they don't have a human facing owner. So the big thing on the things that I read about AI, because I think I told you I'm kind of trying to train myself, is how to make a YouTube channel that you can totally automate, and it will create content for you based on whatever genre, and it'll voice over for you, and you basically just lay out a calendar and you proof it. And I think that's AI slop. I don't want, and I think the viewer will understand that. I think
I
I've
think
told you.
I think YouTube's trying to crack down on them.
They are, and there's a huge channel that just came about. I say huge. I don't know how many subscribers, but it gets tons of views. But the titles are like the downfall of Benjamin, the three knives that are actually made in the U.S. I think I've told you all about that. They're very broad titles, very doom and gloom, very ominous thumbnails, and then this voiceover of just a bunch of, if you put it into Chat GPT, what it would spit out. So it's just, I don't like to say the words that I know aren't, bad, but YouTube doesn't like them. So I try to play within the rules.
Okay.
I like Freedom Pill Dispenser too.
Hope your audio went.
My audio did.
I don't know if that's me or if that's you.
No, I'm gonna bounce out and come right back. Do not move because I just removed something.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you. So you stay there. You stay there. I hear you.
Hear you.
I'm coming right back.
All right, here. Let me jump out and back in.
Where'd he go? See, I didn't want Gary to bounce. I told him it was me because I just killed my overhead. There he is. He's back.
Yeah, that was weird.
It was me. I was trying to say I'm not good at sign language. When I took my my camera, my top down, it messed your audio up. For me, it was my fault. I could hear you fine.
That's
I was
true.
trying to say I'm going to bounce and come back in, but I don't talk well language.
All right.
I apologize, but I can hear you fine now.
I figured we got it figured out.
YouTube Music Portal, what is up? What are you straightening on tonight?
These are mediums.
So you're going to have how many at Blade Show you hoping for?
Nah, I'll just have a handful there probably, because they won't have gone to CNC grinding. So whatever I have will be hand ground. But I just got the Magnamax Makos in today.
Excellent. Well, you weren't worried about the timing of them, were you? You were just knowing that you were up against it.
We were getting a little close to Blade.
How many of those are you going to have with you? Because Magnamax, that I can see you having those gone Friday.
I'm going to try to have 100. Yeah, I'm going to try to have 100.
Well, what I'm going to do, and I haven't talked to Ryan and Shane to get everything figured out, but I always get the program just to get a table layout, because I always come through, and I don't want to take you away from the booth, but I like to put coverage on the companies that I like to work with. So I'm going to be featuring your booth, like walking around it. I'll just walk up with my gimbal. I'll kind of wave you. And if you're free, you're welcome to talk, but I'm just going to be showing your table. And these is like a little thing I do about the reason I came to Blade Show. These are the tables I wanted to see. And I splice it together and usually put it out the first night. I may even do some live streams from in there. Usually the coverage isn't that good.
I don't think a lot of people are going to have a lot of Magnamax.
No.
But I think there'll be a lot of buzz.
ProTech will have a lot of, what are they called? Scapegoats. And somebody else just came out, just released theirs. Who was it? You will probably know. Was it not Spyderco? Who was it? Was it Spyderco? I don't think there's anybody, very few people. ProTech has a little bit in there.
And they'll sell out like fast.
Exactly. And then I thought I saw last week someone was rolling out their first Magnamax, but you've been working with Magnamax and you're taking blades that are tried and true. So no offense, Steve Clarey. But no, what I'll do is I want to I will point that out, and I'll have the video out before Blade Show. If I'm going to try to get it made Friday. Just run around and knock it out, because it's only about 7 tables. I go and see Casey Lynch. I go and see Jacob at Very Good Knife Company. I go and see you. I go and see Colin McGuire, Mag 10 Knife Works. I go and see Big Idea Design Company. I may stop by and see Axel Nas and Luff Concepts. I think that's it. Oh, and TRM. Those are the companies that I typically feature. And TS Prof, if they make it into the country, I've sent them an email. Last year I was going to really feature them, and I talked to, bless his heart, a guy that had been my contact at TS Prof, and I've still not talked to him. His Gmail never returns, and I wonder if he's out, dodging drones. Because it's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's kind of crazy there, but they've just released their new system in the U.S. It's in the Nashville warehouses, ready to ship. Last year when I went to their booth, they had their U.S., not really the rep, the guy that brought TS Prof to the States, but he didn't know. He was kind of a different kind of guy. He was an old timer. But hopefully they'll have a couple of people there, because I would like to feature them. I just think they have a superior system. And the Pioneer, the system that I'm currently using, is under $300 now. It's on sale.
What they may not realize, like you might look at Spyderco and think, hey, they're making all their money on, the Nirvana. I know they don't make that anymore, but on their expensive premium knives. But that's not true. What they make their money on is their cheap knives. The Tenacious is probably what keeps the lights on.
You're exactly right. And
I'm not sure TF Prof gets that. They're all worried about bringing this hyper premium one into the States. But the fact of the matter is, what probably keeps the lights on at what could really be their bread and butter is that those cheaper ones that are more accessible.
Exactly. But what they've done is, you could go, it's hard to get much under 250 with a really quality unit. And their whole thing from the start has been aircraft grade aluminum, very, very highly engineered. And there are a lot of knockoffs now, but it's the most solid unit. I've had several different units, and it's very impressive. The first unit I had that I really probably liked the best, but it was their entry level unit called the Blitz. It looked like a tool from NASA. It was so easy to fold up. It was just so well designed, kind of like an Apple product, not to be an Apple fanboy, but it was, $385. So it was up there. I could justify it at the time because I had a lot of knives. I was looking for a way to sharpen them. Well, this Pioneer system, which is a system I'm using now, which is an upgrade from the Blitz, they've just dropped to like $257. And that comes with 5 diamond stones, several accessories, and they're very upgradable. And I think they just don't have a lot of, they do a lot of Instagram. I'm seeing them on Instagram because I follow them. But I know what you're saying. I just don't know how much cheaper they could get.
No, that's the system, but that's the one they're always out of.
Well, they just got a big restock. You're exactly right.
Oh, did they? Okay.
And they got it on sale. So I was looking today, and I'm not going to pimp for them, but I do have them. I will pimp for them. I'll throw Brother Kyle's link up, or Brother Kyle's link. Prof US. It's red tag sale. I just saw it today. I got an email, I think, on it.
But that's what pays the bills.
I agree. And what they do very well with now are their consumables. They've got a partnership with Veneve where they're getting some stones. I don't know what the margin is on stones. You probably know it's hard with your. So the Pioneer's $246, Gary. And
okay.
Look at this unit. It is 7075T6 aircraft aluminum. Very well engineered. got adjustable clamps with plenty of distance for a long knife, like a medium or something much smaller. The diamond plates, when we went to Blade Show last year, we had too many knives. We had to profile, so I did wear those out. Again, it's a base system. You don't have a clamp or anything with it, but it's $246. Now they make accessories. What's great about this system, the way mine's set up is not like this. Where I think they make a lot of their money are their accessories for each system. And they've got systems that are very expensive, but if we go to upgrades for the Pioneer, they've got these clamps. I don't own these, but I could see how these would be very desirable.
Came out, just released theirs. Who was it?
And then
Oh, yeah, was it not Spyderco? Who was it? Was it Spyderco? I don't think there's anybody. Very few people.
are you playing me on their Bugsy?
ProTech has a little bit.
Sorry, I'm not.
No, I think it's Bugsy. It's all right. I think it's just they had a part. They must be sold out of it right now, but they've got a part that goes on the back of the Pioneer unit, and it's like a stainless steel version that has a thumb wheel, so it gives you finer access to your angle adjustment. And mine has a little Axie cube, which is, let me pull up one of the nicer Pioneers that has that accessory with it. And then their new system is next level, way more than I would ever need. But something that's a professional sharpener like Kyle probably could see the value in. Yeah, I think TS Prof is the top of the game. But let's go to sharpeners, Pioneer. Because the one I showed you, the cheap one is good and cheap. They're not showing that rear. They must be out of that rear part right now, that height adjuster. But this piece just came out. It ships in a wooden crate. It is $898. And it's the same, you can tell it's better made. See how that back, I don't know if anybody can look, but you've got a back vertical thing that raises your rod up and down. That is like the attachment for the Pioneer. And it's a couple of $100. But this one has a countersink thing where you can flip the knife very easily, and you can also take it out of the clamps if you need to inspect your edge with a scope. And when you click it back in, you haven't changed your angle at all. And then the axis cube gives you really, accurate setting of your angle. It's not what somebody like Gary, who has a tool that spins with electricity, that'll do that. But for some of you therapeutic sharpeners, I wouldn't necessarily recommend the $900 one. But if you've got expensive knives and you're trying to sharpen them, right now for under $250, that's a great deal on a system that's very upgradable. You can get better stones. It'll hold 6-inch or 4-inch stones. You can get an Axie cube. You can get a crazy ball to put on the end of it. It's just, TS Prof's cool. I hope they're there, and I'll make a short video on Friday to get that out of the way.
Joe Vaughn supporting the Russians. Apparently, you haven't seen Rocky.
I think they're Ukrainian. I've got to see. Hold on.
No, that's all right then. But
no, they're on one side or the other, but I'm not sure which one. I think this Ukrainian. Now, Hapstone, one of them, Hapstone is one of them's Russia and one of them's Ukraine. I have to go to the Europe location because this is showing Nashville, Tennessee. Very convenient. Let's go to TS Prof.
I just heard the Super Bowl in 2030 will be in Nashville.
Really?
Yeah.
That's only 4 years away. Now, have you ever been to Nashville? You've been to Nashville. Of course you have. You picked up your son.
Yeah, I've been to Nashville, all right.
I wonder how they'll, I know where the stadium is. I wonder how they'll flow that traffic.
Ooh.
Thought I heard somebody beep. All right, let's see where they're located.
I mean, at the end of the day, the Super Bowl's traffic-wise a little bigger than a regular football game, but not really because most football games are sold out anyway. At
But
least
you
here,
bring in a
at
lot
least
of
here in Philly.
right? But you bring in, I think, a lot of accessory businesses, maybe, and a lot more entertainment.
Yeah, you
a
have
lot-
some more stuff, but in terms of people attending the game,
You're at the same number because the stadium will
Yeah.
hold the stadiums. Where is Estonia?
Estonia is one of those satellite Soviet.
Eastern Bloc? Would that
Yeah,
be
Eastern Bloc. Eastern
would that
Bloc.
be it's more Russia or Ukraine? Because that's where the ones in Europe ship from. They ship from
Um,
Estonia.
yeah, I'm not sure. I should know because my wife's from Eastern Europe and I've been over there.
No, this isn't a geography quiz. Geography was a class with college algebra that almost kept me from being a college graduate. So you don't have to apologize to me. I always felt like I can refer to a map.
I will say this: it's a very small country. Like a Latvia type.
The sad thing is when you think about this, and I don't think about the politics of it, and we never talk politics on the show, and we're not now. But just when you think about these two sharpening companies, we were talking about this backstage one day that work together strategically in business, sharing stone technologies, doing stuff like that, are now kind of not able to be strategic partners because their countries are at war, and they could be literally out fighting against each other. To me, that's just hard to imagine, and it's tragic. And I know what I'm talking about because it's politics. But see this little part right here, Gary?
Yeah.
Let me scroll on it. This is a part that costs 98 pounds that goes in that Pioneer that was $249. Is 98 pounds like less than $100 or is it more?
More. That'd be like $120.
Okay. So $120 you add to that. This gives you a lot more refinement, I guess, because it mounts to the system where these little side bolts, machine bolts are, and then it mounts where this vertical bolt is. And then you set your rod up here at the top. So it gives you about 4 more inches of angle. So if you want to sharpen something at a much taller angle, this is good to have.
I see.
But you can update it over time. You can get the basic system, sharpen your knives, eventually get some stones. You can get alpha stones one at a time, or you can get Beneves or some other types. I just think it's a good system. And again, I don't get a penny on it. Now, our buddy Kyle does. Where's my StreamYard gone? There it is.
Haven't seen Kyle in a while.
He was here Friday. He'll jump in. He's like me. We're on different schedules. So he usually sleeps and is probably waking up around now. Gary, I think I told you I make most of my videos between 3 and 5 a.m. That's when I'm my most creative. When I got out of the corporate world about 2 years ago, and before I started working part-time, I was just doing YouTube full-time. And I flipped my nights and days. Because I'm at night, just because of my little abnormalities in my brain, I'm just much more productive when it's still, when it's quiet. So he's a late nighter too. A lot of people that he sharpens a lot late night. But everybody's different. And I used to be and I guess that goes with old age. I used to be a huge sleeper. Like on weekends, I love to sleep in. And everybody said, you're sleeping your life away. And I get it. Now I'm up Saturday morning. I never sleep past 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. If I go to bed, like at 6 o'clock, I might sleep till 11 and then I'll take a nap. So I have these weird schedules. Probably not the healthiest, but I idle at a higher RPM. I went and did a nice thing for my mom on, what was it?
Back again.
Friday. Hey, buddy. And the hand of God intervened. I fell off of her roof blowing leaves somehow just turned funny. It was weird. It's a 1-story house, thank God, and landed in some bushes. Didn't break anything. I'm not super sore, but I've been a skateboarder for, I don't know, 46 years, and I've hit the pavement hard, and I kind of have a circus clown mentality where I can hit the ground like a rodeo clown and roll with the impact. But there was no rolling in this because I just landed in a bush, like a cradle of God's hand. But it caught me to where it cut my arm. That's all I got from it.
That's not too bad.
I don't even have bruising around it, and I've got old man arm.
Dude, skating is a harsh sport.
I haven't been doing it in the last year because I don't have the insurance I need to have right now. But I skated 30 miles at my peak, which has been in the last 10 years, 30 miles a week. I do it on flat lands. I look at it. My dad was a distance runner. I have a path, a 6-mile path and an 8-mile path, and I can push a skateboard or use this thing called a big kahuna, which is a land paddle. If you've ever seen anyone on a surfboard paddling around out like on a still lake, stand-up paddleboarding, this is a setup, which is just a stick with a hard rubber wheel on it that's set to my height that allows you to paddleboard on land, which gives you an upper core workout. So I'll carry it with me. So I'm working my legs and my upper body to propel me. But I would go 5-6 miles a day. And it,
Did you wear airwalks in high school?
No, in high school, I was not a skater.
Okay.
That's when I took a little bit of a leave. I started skating in 1976 in Cocoa Beach, Florida, when we would go down and spend the summers with my grandmother. A little buddy of mine down the street had a board. I ended up getting a board, but I didn't bring it to Huntsville. I got a board when I was a kid, had several wrecks. High school, it was girls. College, I had a chow my junior year and picked up a cheap garage sale skateboard just to walk him and let him pull me around because he liked to. And then when I got married, my daughter wasn't born yet, but something made me start longboarding, and I got on this blog. This was before I ever got into digital marketing, but it was called the Silverfish Longboarding Blog. It was where everyone who longboarded collaborated. And before long, because at the time I was old, I was 40, maybe 38, and everybody would post there. You have an app that follows you, maps out where you went. You take pictures along the way, and you can upload it and share with people. It's kind of a longboarding social network. But I actually was sponsored by Earthwing, Loaded, and Gravity Skateboards. So before long, I started having boards show up at my house. I wasn't doing videos or anything. I was just posting about them on a message board and skating a lot with them and taking pictures, putting some on Instagram. If you go to John WE 1999, my personal Instagram, it's all skateboarding. But I never did the jump off your board, cool skateboarding stuff. Mine's just like a lazy man who wants to run, but he doesn't want to expel enough energy. And he likes a little more thrill, so he wants to go faster. I always wear a helmet, not because I'm afraid I'm going to fall on my head, but because I want to be a good example to kids that ask me what I'm doing. So I try to make it a positive experience.
Yeah, I probably should learn my lesson after the first few concussions.
Oh, you think about it. We didn't wear helmets when, I don't know how, you're younger than me, but I went over my handlebars no less than 10 times, landed right on my head. And can you hear us?
You're not on. You're not.
Yes,
on
I can hear you.
Okay.
But yeah, I would, I'd go home. My mom would take a flashlight, put it in my eyes, and say, "You need to stay here for a few hours because your eyes aren't dilating right." And I know I had concussion. So I'd get nauseous. A couple of times, I even threw up. But we didn't. Parents didn't panic. Boomer parents didn't do much in terms of panicking.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do anyway, especially the hospitals back then too. I don't know if they did any better than the hospitals do now, but
Rob, I was going to reach out to you. I saw that you posted the review. I've not watched it yet. How do you like it compared to the 3.5 or the Mac 2? Is it about the same size or is it a little bit bigger? I'll tell you why I ask. I used to be a holes over studs guy. And I'm starting to find that I'm appreciating studs again more than I did. So I'm just curious if it's the same size as a Mac 2 or if it's just a little bit bigger, because the Dixon was huge. Have you held a McNeese before, Gary?
Yes.
Okay. He makes a cool knife. He's about 3.5 hours south of me, about 5.5 hours south of Nashville, in Tuscaloosa, a town y'all might be familiar with. They have a football team there. They go by the Roll Tides.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty plain Jane knife to me. I don't understand it.
The Mac 2 or the Dixon or both?
The Dixon.
Yeah, the Dixon, I handled it at Blade Show last year and was not at all impressed for me because it was too big. I looked at the Mac 2 a year or two before and was not impressed. But then I picked it up at Blade Show. I didn't buy it at Blade Show, but put it on my list. And this knife is this Mac 2 3.5 inch. They also make a 3-inch, is my understanding, but this is probably within my top 10 favorite knives. And I actually got one of the hollow grinds when he was still doing hollows.
I think they are doing hollows now.
They do both. Hollows are a little bit more rare, but what I did to mine,
I think they do all hollows now. I think.
well, we've got 4. Well, maybe they do. We just had 4 come in, not new, but they were in the last year that were all flats, and I was surprised to see the F on the blade. But I think this is just a simple knife that works well. But if you look at some of the most hyped folding knives, like the Lamia, or we can even say some of the more bougie knives like the Grimsmo, the Norseman, things that they sell when they're made. They're just fine material. They're finely done with the CNC machine, but it's simple. You have the geometry and all that you got to work out, but you've got 2 sides, a blade, and either washers or bearings. If you think about it, at its bottom, some knives are more complicated when you get into crazy lot. But here he is. Gary was asking about you.
The lock bar access on this is just perfect.
Can you hear us, Kyle?
Yeah, I got you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm turning you up just a hair. Hey, Todd Carr.
What's up, Kyle?
How we doing, gentlemen?
I had an interesting day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a call at noon thinking I was having like a real issue. My wife was like, yeah, the dogs chewed my vacuum, the wire for the vacuum. And I was like, oh, I'll fix that. No big deal. But I was thinking about it, and I was going around my fish tanks, reaching in, just feeding. And I reached into, I don't know if you can tell, the tank right there. And I got fucking electrocuted.
Nice.
The heater in the tank was fucking.
Was there anything alive in the tank, or were the animals also electrocuted?
No, they were all fine. When I put my fingers in there, and was standing on the floor, I was like, ah, what the hell?
Did you fall down?
No, it wasn't like that bad, but it was, it was painful on the fingers, but that's about it.
But that's scary.
I thought I was going to have a similar situation today as well.
Okay.
We had it was absolutely insanely hot and muggy today, and then tonight we had storms rolling through, and I'm sitting there about 8:30, and I got the window cracked trying to get some fresh air to come through, and all of a sudden it sounds like the lightning hit my backyard. I mean, it is so close. It shook the house, jumped, scared the shit out of me. My dog freaked out. He went hiding under my desk. I'm in the other room trying to find. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, buddy? But I don't know that I've been to one close enough where I actually felt it in the air. Like, I mean, it was like almost tingly, almost staticky.
Did
Yeah,
you
like you get
tell
that
did it
little
hit
bit
the house or did it
on the
hit?
hair.
What's that?
Go ahead, Bugsy.
You get that little tingle on your hair.
Oh yeah, I mean, it felt like you rubbed a balloon over your head, like the static.
Yeah, the whole area around you gets like that.
Yeah.
Do you
it was
know
wild.
where it hit, Kyle? Did it hit the house somewhere, or did it hit right?
No,
up-
I think it was probably a street or two behind me, but I mean, it felt like it was that close. I mean, I don't know, but nothing went out, so power didn't go out or anything, so that's good.
Well, I had an interesting day, not as nearly fatal as yours, unless in the next 72 hours I pass away. It is because of this incident, 100%. My favorite person at my social experiment leaves at about 2 o'clock. Oh, no, yeah, he leaves at 3 o'clock. I come in at 2. But before he leaves, he always goes to the bathroom. He has his bathroom on one side of a wall, and it's not even a wall. There's 2 bathrooms, his and hers, or public and his. I don't know why he goes right before he left, but today I was with a customer, and he comes out kind of frantic, and then it starts smelling in Knives and More, which is probably 2,800 square feet, maybe a big flat open area. And the bathroom is probably at one corner. And when you look down, if I laid there, I'm 5'6", so maybe if you had 6 feet from the bathrooms, there was probably an inch of shit water that
I
was
was going to say,
coming
it sounded like an overflow.
it was a sewage, because it couldn't have been from John's rotten stomach that the smell. I mean, because I felt dizzy. Tate had to go outside. We got plumbers there, luckily, that came within 20 or 30 minutes. But talk about Murphy's Law. The last few weeks have been pretty slow, and it's usually slow in there. When people come in, they buy. But you rarely have 3 or 4 customers in at once looking to buy something. And when the shit started smelling, I mean, guys, I walked right up to the front door, and then I made the mistake of walking out to the dumpster just to take a break and throw something away and then walk back in. I was only outside for probably 2 minutes, and it let my palate reset. So when I walked in, it almost knocked me down. And I'm sure there was sewer gas coming up or something. It was horrible.
Does
Absolutely horrible.
Knives and More have a Yelp page? I might go in there, leave a review, said it was a really shitty situation.
Well, let me tell you something. I sold a sheriff who was really nice, and one customer did talk about it at the end. He kind of laughed about it because the old gentleman came
People
back.
stayed in there during that?
Kyle,
You gotta roll with it.
$800 worth of Benchmades and Microtech while my eyes were watering. And the plumbers had not arrived yet. And I'm wondering if the water or the shit water is going to ever stop flowing, or how far is it going to come from the wall? It's creeping towards me at the register. I'm still 20 feet away from it. But
I would have been outside and said, John, deal with it yourself.
Well, it wasn't. And John at this point was trying to shut off the water in the back. And Tate was the one that almost quit, because Tate was the one that John's going on vacation. And he left after the plumbers got there and told Tate he probably wanted to just at least mop up the bathroom before he left. And when we looked in the bathroom after the plumbers left, it was probably an inch of solid fecal matter on the tile. It's a tile floor, so it's a ceramic tile floor, which means there's nasty grout. But luckily we had some Pine Sol, and I stayed the fuck away.
Wait, back up. So the owner decided just to bounce and told Tate to do it.
Tate, and listen.
I would, if I was Tate, I would have thrown my keys at the dude and said, "I ain't coming back."
Well, Tate has a situation set up there that's much different than mine. And Tate called John. John came back and stuck around, and see, he's going out of town tomorrow, right? So it was one of those things where I would have stuck around if it was my business. But he's been in business for over 20 years, and he's close to wanting to go to the house anyway. And I would have probably blown out too. I have to look at it, Tate, you're going to do it. You're going to, if you're going to assume responsibility of this company, this is the kind of shit you got to be able to literally respond to. So this is good training for your ownership, your future, responsibilities, because it happens. And John's going to be there all by himself during Blade Show.
Not my problem.
It wasn't my problem either, but I had to suffer through it.
I really have to say though, I love that you were just like, we had some pine saw.
No, well, the pine saw. What's so funny is Tate.
I can't believe you stood at the register.
Tate put on a respirator because he sharpens for us, right? So he has a full respirator. It wouldn't help for smell, but he's got a respirator with the charcoal packs. He's got a mop bucket. He's ready to go, and he's got this hose that hooks on the faucet. That I'm going to take a pitch for the team, and I'm going to hook up the hose from the faucet. And he starts filling his mop bucket. And I was like, dude, that's plenty of water. I'm talking a little bit of water. He's like, why are you need more water? And then I was like, dude, look how much pine saw you've got. You can buy another thing of pine saw tomorrow. I want this motherfucker smelling lemony fresh. See, I came from the world when there were still pledges, and I was insecure enough when I went to college and rushed that I did pledge for a fraternity. And I went through, a good half a year of cleaning bathrooms at the fraternity house and going through some of the most horrible type of scenarios that you can imagine cleaning up after. But it does harden you. I'm sure you do it in the military too. I just didn't, serve. But I would have put 1/3 the water in. It would have been so cloudy. It would have been making your eyes water from yes, I want it to smell like a hospital. I don't want it to smell.
The respirator. So he wears a respirator to sharpen?
He has one back there. I don't think he wears it when he just sharpens, but if he does, I don't know if he wears it when he bead blasts. There's several tools back there, Kyle, that I don't know what each of them do. I don't think he does any grinding there. As a matter of fact, I know he doesn't. And maybe he just has it in case OSHA comes in. I don't know. He had it for the poopy situation today. And what's funny, when John, the older guy, left,
he had that.
He turned back and those 4 customers were still in, or 3 of the 4 were in there. The one guy left with his knife, and he said, "It's been a shitty day at Knives and More. Y'all have a good day." Well, he's got a sense of humor.
I can't believe the customer stayed. If that happens and I'm in the store, I'm leaving. Like, I don't really care if I need, like, unless it is emergency, I have to buy something. See ya.
Well, most of these people, and none of the people that were there at that time were from Huntsville. They were at the closest was about 45 minutes away from where they started. So it's kind of a destination place. And usually they're coming. What I've noticed, and today I got to get sideways with a guy because I'm meeting a lot of these whatnotter. Are y'all familiar with what's not or whatnot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've tried to watch it, and I'm not going to participate in it, but there's a whole group of boomers that are whatnot people that sell case knives, and they think that they're social media experts.
You're a boomer. What are you complaining about?
I'm not a boomer. I'm not a boomer. I miss the boomers. I was born in '67, buddy. Summer of love.
By the way, though, it goes back to what you're saying. You got a lot of case buyers. It very well could have been the case buyers on there, and they just thought it was their depends were full.
Well, that's true. But the knives that we sold, they were all modern knives. No case knives were sold during the shit episode. But
John went out there and was like, "Yo, look, don't worry, we have a little pine saw." And they were like,
isn't that the stuff that they mix in the big thing of liquid pine saw?
I mean, I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about?
You poured it. You have. I'm not going back in that place.
Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, again, I wanted it to smell good, and Tate was wanting it to have, he wanted to say pine saw. I was like, dude, I'll go to Costco and buy you a case of pine saw. Dump that shit off in there.
You should get a T-shirt, John, that says, "There's not a problem in this world that pine saw can't solve."
Just a little.
Let me tell you something, and this sounds horrible, but if you
sound like the Greeks with Windex,
and I'm not proud of it, but we would have fraternity parties that would last. One of them was called Banker's Ball, and it would last from Wednesday to Sunday. And then Sunday, everybody would go home except for the pledges. There were probably 14, 20 of us, maybe. And we would be at the SAA house. We would wear rubber gloves, and we would be dispatched to clean that house to where it smelled like, it was like brand new. And we did this all the time. And I saw some horrible situations. I mean, when you walk into the girls' bathroom and there's hunch punch, what's the good word to when you expel hunch punch from your mouth hole on the ceiling, and the ceiling's like 9 feet up. In a stall, you go in the stall to clean it up, and then you look up and there's hunch punch on the ceiling. It was just horrible stuff like that. So, yes, this was bad. I didn't have to involve myself in it that much, but I did have to experience it. But the case person,
I don't know, man. I think you probably could have just been like, I'm gonna go for like 5 cigarette breaks, and you let me know.
well, I don't smoke, and I'm a team player, man.
would've
That's
I'm
why.
taken it back
I'm
up.
not saying you have to smoke.
Well,
You
the
don't have to
old
be a-
guy and I,
You
when
don't
he
have to be a smoker to take a smoke break.
when he tries to reprimand me, which he's done 3 times now, or ask me about something, or try to tell me I need to do something differently, I just say that's fine. And after I do it, I'm going to let you know what I think about its efficiency. And he's like, "Why would you even bother?" And I was like, "Because that's what I do. You know, I try to make systems work better." And I used to be responsible for a whole lot of money, over $4 million a year, and 35 people that worked under me. So I have ADHD, and I'm very particular. I want it to be efficient. I want it to be profitable. If the juice ain't worth the squeeze, I'm not signing up. So we had a couple of back and forths on that because he doesn't think that way. This guy, I'm sure he has $100 bills stacked up at his house that he's been collecting forever. He's that kind of guy, which is fine. He talked about Blade Show about a month ago, and he was like, "What's the schedule for Blade Show?" And I kind of jokingly said, "Well, you don't even have to consider me being here because I won't be anywhere close to Huntsville around Blade Show." And allegedly, after I said that, he took the young guy back in the back and said, "I really don't like the way he answered that." And Tate told me this a day later. I was like, "Tate, I wish you would have told him, go tell John that." And I would have told him, "I told you when I came here, I'm a YouTuber. I work a few hours a day. I make a few dollars an hour. I'm not gonna, I do more for you than your employees do. I'm more capable than anybody in here, including you. So I'm just gonna leave. My social experiment's over. Thank you." My most viewed video is a walk through his store. I had a guy come in today from Tennessee. He was gone, but Tate heard it. Who said, "Hey, I saw a video on YouTube, and I was in the area, and I drove over because I wanted to see the store." It's been viewed by more than 80,000 people. So he can. I'm not going to say a bad word, but I'll be very polite. I'll never start anything, but I'm not going to take anything from somebody who's my age, but they dye their hair. They look younger. I don't buy that. Plus, I had my 11th sobriety birthday on Sunday. I don't celebrate it. I'm aware of it. I haven't picked up a coin in 3 years. I'm still in the program. I'm still available for people to call me. I just don't make it part of my daily. This guy has 30. He goes to a meeting a day, and he's one of those that I think takes it a little far. Because he asked me about, he made the mistake of saying, "Oh, you go to a psychiatrist?" I'm like, "Yeah, and I'm prescribed medication too. You want to know what I'm on?" Because a lot of them don't like that, and I don't give a shit. Your path to sobriety and my path to sobriety are equally as important, but how dare you? To me, it's just like, and one day he walked by, it was interesting. And he said, "Javon," it was after I'd sold something. He came over and he goes, "And if you walk outside of where we are, we're in a rough place, but there's a little alley, and I'll vape over there, and it always smells like homeless people are in there smoking weed. No big deal." So I happen to be in there, and he knows I'm sober. It's like 3:00 in the afternoon. I've been in his store, and he calls me up. He goes, "Hey, let me ask you something. Have you been smoking marijuana?" I said, "Yeah, about 20 years ago." I said, "Why do you ask me that?" He goes, "I just smelled it." I was like, "Have you been smoking marijuana?" He's like, "Well, no." I was like, "Well, if you smelled it, it sure as fuck wasn't me." What are you implying, John?
He who smelt it dealt it.
He was
I
like,
heard
"Well,
that was a rule.
I don't mind if you smoke it. I just don't want it smoked at work." I was like, "John, ask me or help me understand where your logic is coming from. Do you think I'm smoking here? Do you think I smoked and came in and it's lingered on me? You used to be a junkie. You know it doesn't linger on you. Where are you coming from? Do you just want me to like get arrested for punching you? I don't understand. He pushes my button.
Where's this
And
That
all I've
would that would be your most viral video, John. If you
I
punched
wouldn't feel it, but all I've done is helped him in so many ways. He even says he says, you know, our sales have been better than they ever have. I appreciate it. And I think he's got, like a lot of us night people do, he's got some issues. Maybe he's got a little bit of bipolar in his life. I don't know. I don't want to judge him, but I'm only going to take it. I know it's not going to end. I would like it to end on my terms, which it always will, but I don't want it to be in a huff. You know, I don't want him to be like, dude, I can't take you anymore. Because the one guy, and then I'll quit talking about it, but the young guy's having the week after Blade show, instead of working from 2 to 6, 4 days a week, I will be switching to 10 to 6, 5 days a week, which to me feels like a real job.
Yeah, but maybe, you know, a little bit of extra cash in the pocket, maybe.
Nah, it is, but at the same time,
Right before Blade, it can come in handy.
my views have gone up a little, but if I would put the time and the focus into my channel, which I don't, and I should, that I do into Knives and More, I'm convinced I could squeeze more per hour out of it than I can there.
Well, why don't you take that time too to also maybe include another new video? You know, maybe show off some newer stuff at this shop just when you're there, going to be there extra long. You know.
Well, I do, I do them every quarter, and none of them have viewed less than 10,000. For some people, for some reason, I've got one that's had 80,000 views. I've done it 3 times. One that has 18,000 views, and one that has like 11. So it's a good video. But to me, it's just I don't want to put out the same thing over and over. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to look at what videos resonate, and I'm sure the audience wants that too, and make more like it. But for me, it'd just be repetitive, and my brain won't let me do that. That's why you have a good video and one that sucks, or one that gets views and then one that sucks, because I don't really look at it that way.
Gary, what are you working on?
Straightening blades, the pre-heat treat.
Pre-heat treat straightening.
Have you seen this blade, Kyle? I made you big. That's the medium, a new blade he's going to be debuting.
You're getting what, warpage from the cutter?
Yeah.
Laser?
Yeah. Some of them aren't, some of them are. Sometimes the sheets themselves have a little bit of a warp in them.
Do you think it's just tension and then it's released when they're cut?
Not sure. I think it's heat being imparted into the blade a little bit.
Yeah.
And a lot of them, they're just a little bit off. It's just a little bit. But it's much easier to clean this up soft than it is hard. I check them again when they come back.
Right.
Now, you usually don't need as much, but like, yeah, I mean, I could maybe get away without doing this step, but maybe not, actually. It would create more work for me later.
Do you use a carbide hammer when they get them back?
Yes, if I have to straighten them when they're hard, I use the carbide hammer. And I have become very efficient with that carbide hammer.
That's a skill in of itself, isn't it?
It is.
They work wonders.
Don't you go against what the normal person would think is the opposite way of working in a steel?
Yep. Yeah. The opposite way that I'm straightening now. I'm straightening against the bender now. With the carbide hammer, you hit into it and it's compressing the steel and pushing it this way. Whereas what I'm doing now, if it's bowed this way, I'm pushing on it like this.
Gary, do different steels bow at different rates on the laser, or is it all pretty much the same?
You know, I have 8670 here and 3V. I just finished the 3V. And they seem about the same amount bent.
So it's probably the consistency of the heat of that laser.
Yeah, and I play with the settings trying to get it, this is a little thicker. This is like 156. And carbon, it's actually harder to cut the carbon steel, believe it or not.
What's your feed rate? Have you messed around with feed rates and stuff?
Oh yeah. There's feed rates that I messed with. There's frequency. Always one pass.
Oh, you do all one pass? Okay.
Soft starts, penetrating, like pre lead-ins. It's a lot more of a user learning curve than I initially anticipated.
Have you tried doing more than one pass at all to see if that affected it?
What kind of pass?
If you've done multiple passes, have you ever tried doing that?
No, with the cutting laser with steel, that doesn't really work too well. Because it wants to penetrate and then go. And once it stops penetrating, it splatters. It splatters on the top.
Gotta get a nice pass through.
Hey, Bob Tism, that can happen. And there are a couple of ways that can happen. Kyle can break in and help you on a live stream like now. Or
I told him to come by tonight. I was going to show him a quick
definitely
tip.
And also, Kyle, that you can do privates if you ever want to expand on that, if he's interested.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make you big for a second. You want to be big and talk to Bob Tism?
I can. If Bob's ready, that's fine.
He's in here. He said he's only here for that, and he's lolling. So I know he's giving me a hard time because Shane's not here for him to pick on.
Okay. Not a problem. All right, Bob. So let me pull this a little bit closer so it's easier to see. So these are the quick clamps, which are just the ratchet style. Those are solely for convenience sake. They don't do anything necessarily better, but they are just easy, quick way to go. So I'm assuming you got just the plain parallel clamps. Let me grab those.
That's what they come with, Kyle. And I'll tell you one step further, then I won't talk anymore. Those are such tight tolerances that I think those quick releases are the next option I want, because for me, I have to literally fiddle with getting my hex wrench, and I bought the ones from TS Prof seated in there to tighten each one up. They're so tight.
You have the parallel clamps like this, I'm assuming.
Yeah. And what I'm saying is I've got those long metal handled screwdrivers that fit that.
Right.
And they're so tight to get in that it's not just as easy as slipping them in and tightening them. You've got to spend 5-10 seconds just getting them in there.
So the easiest way. So let's just start from scratch. If I can get this on. It's on there tight. Wow.
And this is the machine that came out right before the newest one, right, Kyle? I'm saying this for Gary because we were talking about
this is still the KO3. This is been the premier one until the K4 came out recently. So the first step you're going to do, I'm assuming, Bob, you're right-handed. Let's just go with that. First step is get your clamp on the right side, okay? And let me grab a knife to put in here. And then what you're going to do is you're going to grab the knife, put it close to the spine, not directly all the way up there, because you're not going to have any leverage. So maybe 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch down, kind of close to the ricasso. Tighten that down a little bit, not snug, just enough to hold it. Let me grab the other clamp here. Then you're going to put the other clamp on here roughly, let's see, I try to go about 1.5 inches back from the tip. If there's not enough room like this one, I'll go back just a little bit further until I can get a full grasp with the clamp.
Yeah, it's easier to put those on when you're not doing it under a camera.
Yeah, and also when you're not backwards here. All right, there we go. So that's how I set up to get a knife. And then also what I'm trying to do is, if possible, I'm trying to get the spine parallel to this bar here, which is you've got that bar as well too. It just may look a little different. Okay. Where did I put? And I'll tighten that down. So
Yours seem to go in a lot easier than mine does, Kyle.
that's the setup I'll do, and then I'll go back and make sure that they're equally tightened back and forth, right? If you have a smaller knife, this is how I set up for that. So if you have a small pocket knife, let's grab, what do I got handy? Let's just do this, PM2. So what I'm going to do is, first thing, I'm going to try to get close to the ricasso as possible. Get it just
Still leaving that little bit of playroom.
Not all the way fully tight. And see, if you notice, this one doesn't have enough to get past here. So this is where it's good. We'll take this back off. Well, Bob, that's what I'm going to show you next. So you can put both of them on one side. So side by side. And basically make a central clamp. So then I'll take the knife, get it more lined up kind of in the center, grab that down.
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah.
Would it matter if you mounted it the other way? Like if you'd put
on the
the
side?
clamp on the side? Yeah.
It's personal preference. I just did it because it was quick as fast.
But you
So
always want the handle going across the middle. You'd always want it set up in that orientation.
Personally, I try to get the more consistency you'll get is the closer that the pivot or the ricasso is to the center line.
That's what I was
better.
asking. Gotcha.
The better.
Gotcha.
But as a right-hander, it's almost easier to do it on the right-hand side. So that's what to do if you have those clamps. Now, here's the game changer. I think they're $40, and I'd have to see what the compatibility is. The L brackets, the L clamps are.
I'm pulling it up right now because all that stuff's on sale. We were just on their site. Yes.
They will work on these too. What they are, I've got them on this. You see this little piece right here? It screws into the back of your clamp. So it's going to extend the clamp a little bit. So you're going to have a little bit adjustment angle difference. So you have to make sure that either A, you have the longer rod, or you're not going very, very acute with your angles.
The US store has those for $36 right now in Nashville.
Okay. So what they do is if you put them on like this, right, they work like normal clamps. But they have this relief here that when I want to make them a central clamp, boom, they go like that. They become a central clamp. They go over top of that center post.
Gary, that's one of the upgrades I was talking about, where you can take that basic Pioneer that's now under $250 and really trick it out with that height adjuster that I showed you, and then the clamps like Kyle's showing there, or those brackets.
The cool thing about these two, that say you got a big clamp, boom, you flip them around. Now you can take them this way so they actually go further out. I mean, you can get up to a really long blade doing that. I like these, the L clamps or L brackets, whatever you want to call them, the attachments for the clamps, better than I do the central clamp, because I've got a central clamp as well too. Actually, I've got several.
And that's just a $36 upgrade, and they'll attach to any of your clamps.
So I've got too many parts in here.
That central clamp doesn't get as thick either, does it? It's more of a fillet.
So you have options with that. That's what I'm getting ready to show. So you got this one theoretically is better if you're doing like slip joints because the jaws don't open up nearly as wide. So you can get a thinner blade stock in there without having to crank down a ton. But these screws are kind of finicky and they're very, very easy to strip out. Ask me how I know. And I've talked with them about that. And these are based off of spring pressure. So eventually the springs in here can get worn down. You can replace them. But for the price of this, I think this is close to $100. I think that's just a little too much for what you got. I'd rather put the L brackets on because the L brackets you can use as clamps normal anytime you want. And then if you want to get them close, you just pull them close.
And
otherwise, you can have them out whenever you want.
Less.
If you have super, super thin blade stock, you may need to tape up the blade potentially a little bit on the spine to create thickness to grip it. But that's not that big of an issue to me for the difference in price. What I will say is they also make this, which is I want to say, what's the name of this? It's Britva or something. It's another company over there that makes an adjustment that'll fit on. It's got more posts that stick out and it holds it like this, so it's a central clamp. And these are tapered, so if you can see how they're undercut, so it's better for like
different angles. You're not going to hit the
certain distal tapers, and also for super, super thin blade stock. But the problem is the threads on these are so crap that they don't want to thread into the adapters that hold it to here. So I've never even used this thing. But the difference is this is like $35 or $40, and this is like $100.
Folks,
No.
you got a question about the
None of this is made in China.
And that's what I didn't know either, Kyle. I pulled it up on TS Prof. Which side of the battle are they on?
They're Russian.
Okay, and so which is the one that's Ukrainian?
That is Ukrainian is Poltava and Hapstone.
Hapstone, that's right.
I
had it mixed up.
TS Prof is Russia, and so is Grimomatic.
I wonder if they're going to make it this year.
I don't know. But honestly, what I would say, Bob, if you want, stick with the fillet clamps like this, the standard clamps. If you want to get them super close, get a set of the L brackets and be done with it. Just, you want to go in there and verify, because I don't have the Pioneer, so I'm not 100% sure, but
I want to show it real quick, and then
depending on the angle of what you're doing, you may have to go to the longer rod. But that being said, I think it's still a better buy than going with the central clamp at 100-ish, because this isn't very.
Bob, here's the link that'll take you right. No, that's not the right link. Hold on.
They're not very useful because unless you're doing an absolute ton of slip joints, then maybe. But absolutely, Bob. But the people that are there, they're good people. They are dedicated to their craft. They want to work and get better, and I respect their commitment to trying to innovate.
And I've got to clarify, Bob, I wasn't passing judgment on either because I support both of those companies. I was talking earlier about how ironic it is that they're trade partners one day and they're still strategically linked, but they have to deal with that bullshit. So no, I wasn't making up one's better than the other there. I don't take sides.
Looks like the art was not made there.
But Kyle, I was going to put the link to the US. Can you make your own links from your affiliate link? Do you have a dashboard?
It's just my affiliate link. It takes them to the homepage. I don't have one for each product page.
Okay, because I'm going to drop. All right, I was going to send you this link, but I'm going to just drop your link in here because I got it right here. Bear with me, and I'll get you the link that'll take you right to it. and then just look at the TS Prof accessories or upgrades. They're called upgrades. All you do is after tsprof.us, you put the $ref equals clean work. That's his affiliate link.
I just posted it too.
Awesome. And then I'll actually post the link. Well, just search for this right here, and it'll tell you that it's actually the same for that bar, so it fits several units. But this is the unit you're going to search for.
John, I could care less if they use my affiliate link or not, honestly.
I know, but might as well use it if you're going to be there.
If it's on sale, then I don't get anything for it anyway.
It's not on sale. That particular one's not. Now the Pioneer is for $246 with the 6 stones.
Bob, that's what Bob got, and he tried to use my thing, and it didn't get him anything because the other one was a better deal. So,
well, I like to throw it out there. But Gary, did you have any questions about the TS Prof? Because Kyle's the one that knows all about them. He actually kind of helps them in R&D.
Hang on one second. Before you get into that, Gary, I'm going to answer one last question from Bob. Bob, I would, unless you have to have it, I would suggest not getting that. Not that it's bad, but for the price point, I would much rather you get. Let me grab something here.
What's that? Projectiles are sharp. What's that, Cold Bunny?
One second.
He must be digging something out if he turned his camera off.
Yeah, I had to get it. Okay, so what I would get instead, and you may have some in your garage. I don't know what type of, if you're handy or not. Just go to the local Home Depot, Lowe's, whatever, or Harbor Freight. Just get an F clamp and clamp the base to your desk. That's going to be more stable than having the weighted foot. And this is going to be, you can get a pack of these for 10 to 20 bucks. Just make sure that whatever is the throat is the depth of from here to here is long to fit on your table and hold that base. But the weighted foot or weighted base, to me, is just, it's a nice thing if it comes with it, but I would not spend the money to buy it personally. If
you have the weighted base, take it from one who does. You'll end up using the clamp too. It is nice to have, but once you realize the clamp,
this base is way heavier than all the other ones. This whole unit weighs probably close to 10 pounds or more. I don't know. I've never weighed it, but I still clamp this down to the desk. So I wouldn't trust the C clamp. I would get an F clamp, something with a little more clamping force.
I agree. Yeah. 1931 leather works 100%.
It works in a pinch, but I would get something with a little more gripping power. So sorry, Gary. What do you have questions too?
Can you hear us, Gary?
Me?
Yeah. Could you hear Kyle? He was just curious.
No, I didn't know any questions.
If you had any TS Prof questions, the difference, because I'll give you that information earlier.
I'm getting bored of straightening though.
What's up, Josh Worth?
How many blades are you going through tonight? 20, 30? Is that your 3D printer? What was that you just showed? He's either ignore me or he couldn't hear me.
Right on, Bob. Bugsy, did you hear what I said earlier?
About what?
When you were away about Shiros?
No.
I said they're great. People love them, but they're not made there.
Made where? I don't know where Shiros are made.
They're not made in Russia.
They're assembled in Russia, right?
Supposedly, they're made in China, though.
Oh, are they?
Unless you get their custom series, their 3-bear, or some of the specialty runs that they do. Yeah, basically, if it's under 2K, then it's not made there.
Maybe that's kind of why I never picked one up. Like I've handled a bunch of them and I kind of like them, but I was always kind of like, So
they're nice. Don't get me wrong, and they're very well manufactured, but they're not.
I never really had anything that I could feel wrong with them, but I was like, for the money, I don't think I want it. You know.
I got three in hand right now, 3 really nice ones that I just sharpened, and they're well done, they're well made, but to me they're kind of like a CKF. They're very, very well made knives, but I don't see the value in them for the money because of where it's manufactured. I mean, CKF, we know who makes CKF. Kevin John makes CKF. That's been out for a while. He does a great job on them, but the guy also makes his own. The guy makes his own designs, and he also has made clones, and I think he still makes them. So
how much is like a base model Shiro?
You can get the base ones for like $550 to $650.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'd rather go for like a Norseman, you know, for that price.
Or a Chris Reeve.
Well, I wouldn't, but
hey, Gary, B Shady's got a question for you. I think I know the answer to, but I'll let you answer it. Do you 3D print different liner colors for the Minnow and Mako? Gary can't hear me, can't hear. He just ignored me. Did I make him mad? He just cold stares me. I'm going to jump out and come back in. Y'all tell Gary I'm trying to talk to him.
I don't think he hears us either.
Hold on, let me see what we got going on.
Can you hear us?
I hear you, Kyle, but I don't hear anybody else.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
So John just hopped out. He's coming back in because he
I think his audio, when he talks, I can't hear him. I don't know if you can hear him, Gary, Kyle.
I've had to do this. John. Can you hear me, Gary?
I can.
Okay.
I can't hear Gary now, so I'll probably.
Oh, he had me on the background.
He's popping out and getting back in. There.
Okay.
He's on another one here. Let me bring him in. All right, Gary, you got us now?
Yes.
Ooh, different angle.
Do you
Good deal.
3D different liner colors for the Minnow and Mako? The answer is yes, right?
Question: do you print 3 different liner colors?
3D print different.
Let's see. There's red. There's blue. There's orange. There's white. At least 3. Yeah.
On the Minnow, but not the Mako, right?
No, both.
On both, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Paul, I'm not 100% on exact which model of what. It's like, so I can't promise you one of the other ones is not. I was just told, and from the research that I've seen, that they said that the customs and the 3 Bear line are made there. The rest of them are made in China, and then assembled in Russia. They're very well made. Here, I've got 3 of them. I'll show you.
Be Shady, I don't know if both files are online. Gary, can they be?
Yeah, both are online.
Can you purchase them separately from you if they wanted to? Like they wanted to order a knife with an extra set of scales and liners. Is that something that you sell?
I don't really sell them separately. No, not at this point.
Okay, I got you.
It's all I can do to ship the blades sometimes, without making
Hey,
small
Shady.
order scales and
The
whatnot.
guy I
but
work with at Knives and More has a 3D printer, and he's already downloaded Gary's files, and he's chomping at the bit to make me some just to see how they come out. And he has the colors you're asking for. Those are the choices he gave me. He has like 20 different choices, and he says it matches. He thought the material, so we'll see.
Bugsy and Paul, here's some Shiros for you to look at.
He'll make you big for a sec.
Oh yeah, you know what? You showed one of those off the other day, right?
Yeah.
The carbon fiber.
Yep.
Yeah, it's nice. That's
Is
the
that
one
one of
Shane
the
farted on, right?
somethings?
Possibly. They're very well made. That one was sent in, and then this big boy.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's
see, I
amazing.
like the knives, and I just for some reason I never bought one.
The one thing I hate about these is the plunge grind. The plunge grind is horrible, and they make it impossible to sharpen without getting a smile unless you stop short, or if you sharpen them at like 26 degrees, because they come factory like at 23, and then or you put a Troy in, which sucks because a lot of people don't want to do that right away. And then here's the third one, which I really like. I like this one.
Yeah.
That looks smaller than the other two.
Slightly smaller. The one to show, the 111 is huge. That's like a 9.5, almost 10-inch knife. This is more EDC size.
You know how to get me, brother. I'll shoot you my number. Just DM me.
Let me here. I'll grab because I had it close. If I can get this stupid zipper to work, I'll do that later. Here's the 111 next to. Here's a PM2. And here's a 111.
Oh, wow.
Though substantially larger. It's like military size.
It looks different than a Shiro to me, too. I like it. I mean, it has familiar attributes.
How's that pivot to work with? That pivot screw?
It's fine. So the way that these operate, they're nice. So like, it's just a flathead. They have a special tool that you can spend like $100 for or more to get it. But what happens is, so like these three come out, and then the back, they're just plugs. And then on the inside, typically you'll have at least one or two screws that holds on the liner, because these are all liner locks. Like this one here is only got one. So one here, and then there'll be at least one or two inside of there that holds it blind to this side. So,
again, some of the nicest knives are very minimalistic in what it takes to make them. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not done very, very well, and the designs have to be spot on for them to kind of take a place in the.
Easily, Paul. Yeah, the one.
I love the sound. Paul says, "Oh, is that you just answered that, Kyle?"
Yes, sir.
I just saw a sharpening, a coning, and it had a 28-degree edge from factory.
Negative. They are. I have to go back and look at my notes. They're roughly 22-ish. Off the top of my head, I typically take them to 19 to 20, but they come factory like 22, maybe 23 tops, but they're not 28.
Somebody's to get some stuff slipped through there.
That or just something to know how to measure. One of the
So,
two.
Gary, have you heat treated any blades that came in lower than 25 yet?
Have I heat treated a blade
Or
that
not?
came in
Have
lower
you
than
maybe
25?
tested any? I'm sorry. Have you tested any that have come in lower? Is
Yeah,
that
I mean
your low bar?
that's pretty typical of a annealed steel. I mean, that's where it should be when it's annealed. That's just insane to me.
I didn't watch his video on what his next thing that he's pursuing is. Seemed very upbeat. I watched him like in the background start talking before you can hear it, with the way YouTube does on your phone, but I didn't listen. What about a 7-degree inclusive edge? I don't know what that means.
Tristan, I know of Tom. I don't know him personally. And I'm not saying he's faking it. I'm just saying what they come out of the factory standard, because I've done probably a dozen, maybe 2 dozen Koenigs by now, and I've never had one higher than 23 probably. So that very well could have been a slip up, or maybe somebody even sharpened it before he got it and they messed it up. So that's a possibility, but I've never had one come to me that high. So, and I've got a pretty decent size sample size of them. So,
because the blade hole, Paulie, right? That's what made it look different for me.
yeah, there's some 111s I think that don't have blade holes though too, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not as familiar with them because I've never had interest in purchasing. I've just been handled them through others.
You know, I was thinking something earlier. that I was thinking about asking Gary. Is there any steel out there that on paper was supposed to be like amazing, and then it came out and it was an absolute like turd? Is there anything that was like supposed to, just a big letdown?
One that seemed like it had a lot of promise, but just wasn't that great was Vancron, I think is what it was called. It was like not I think that's what it's called. It's like a not stainless, but has a lot of nitrogen in it, and just wasn't that great. Super expensive.
Yeah, Todd, absolutely.
But yeah, H1 and H2. I don't know that they were great on paper.
That's fair, but they were hyped at least. But they were absolute turds.
Yeah, they're pretty low edge retention. BD1 and BD1N,
yeah,
aren't very good on edge retention in my experience with them. Of course, Cutco, their knives are 440B, and that is not very good. But it's funny to hear them tout their steel as like, what do they call it? Surgical stainless.
Right.
It's semantics, isn't
That's
it?
kind of like what's Victorinox. They use what 1.411 or whatever that is, whatever that one is.
Yeah. Is that an AEBL-ish kind of steel?
I think it's way worse. I think it's more like a more stainless 3CR.
They're not known for edge retention.
No. Terry, I love Maximet.
Look what I found.
There you go. I got a whole stack of those.
Yeah,
Someone wants one.
Did y'all just say BG42 or did I make that up? Nobody said that.
No, we didn't say it, but it's been around.
Well, the reason I thought y'all said
BG42
something,
is a pretty nice steel.
and I just saw a video from Erica today. I didn't watch it, but she's talking about a forgotten steel that shouldn't be forgotten, and I think that was it. And y'all just said a couple that I didn't recognize, and I wasn't sure if one of them was that. What's up, Sierra Rick?
So
No,
Hey.
I'm going to bring up a polarizing topic, and everyone has an opinion on it that sharpens. So, Gary, what's your thought on carbide tear out?
What do you mean, my thought on it?
So there's the camp of it's everything or it's nothing. I think with good abrasives, good technique, you don't get much of it. Other people act like it's the world's ending and you can't use certain steels because you're going to get carbide tear out. Just
I
curious
sharpen
where
everything with a diamond, and that's just never been an issue for me.
that's
I
how
think-
I feel.
I feel like the only time I've actually heard of it being a thing is when you sharpen on like a high speed belt. That's
No,
the
there
only
are
time I've heard
people
anybody talk
that
about it, but-
claim like S30 is chippy and it's got bad carbide tear out, or it's like if you have good abrasive and good technique, you're not going to get carbide tear out.
Is it
I think
Unless-
whatever.
unless- It's possible, but theoretically, you're not going to get it very often.
No, what I was going to say is it possible if you're not very experienced and you go with an extra coarse stone, you're going to be more likely carbide tear out, where with that type of steel, you might want to start with a lower grit stone. I didn't know if that might have something to do with pulling them.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, I don't have high quality stuff or good skills, and I've never had any carbide tear out.
Well, you wouldn't know it. Like, you'd need a microscope to see it.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, you can see if it's because I polish them up. You can kind of see if there's any kind of variation.
So, like what carbide tear out, it's more than just like a chip. You're not going to see it just naked eye or with a pair of readers. So it's going to need to be under something magnified. I've got, so I use a loop with every single knife that I sharpen, just to make sure of where I'm at. I'm comfortable with where things stand. I've actually tried. I don't do it very often, but I've got a microscope that connects to my computer, iPad, iPhone, that goes up to like, here, let me see what it is. Bad, I gotta get my readers on to be able to see how fast it goes up. It goes up to 1000x. So it can actually show you a lot more detail than what you're gonna get. So, and I've never seen anything, but
I think if you're using like a non-diamond or CBN type stone with a steel like Magnamax, and you're trying to get a fine edge, I think you could run into issues where you're abrading the surrounding steel, but not the carbides, and then they're kind of rolling out eventually when they, when there's not enough support around them. I mean, I suppose that could happen.
But again, it goes back to the right equipment.
Right. Right equipment and actually knowing how to chase the grit or chase the scratch pattern and get there. But
I mean, at this point, diamond is just so readily available. It just use diamond every time. That's
Bob, talk to me offline about it, or we can do a private and I'll show you. But yeah, that's definitely fixable.
Nope, I didn't mean to do that.
Right. Hey, Maddie, I just want to say hey to him. And then I saw Stevie pop in here.
He did. He said different logo.
Yeah, and it is Stevie's birthday. So happy birthday, Stevie.
Happy birthday, Stevie. What is he, 35? 36.
Sure.
Yes.
I don't know if I told y'all. I think I did earlier in the show, but I was blowing. Luckily, I've got cat-like reflexes, but I was blowing leaves for you latecomers on what days? Maybe Monday, maybe a Sunday. And y'all almost lost me. I fell off the roof. I swung the blower and swung myself right backwards and landed in a bush about 9.5, 10 feet down. And all I did was almost cut my arm off.
I wouldn't pay to see that.
I didn't move for a second because I felt like I'd been broken up, that surely it was over. I was going to have to get med flighted for a couple
I don't want
$100
to
grand.
see it as much as I want to hear the audio, because when people fall off the shit,
It was battery powered. It was a battery powered blower. I never let go of it. It didn't even hit the tree. It was like it never even got impact. But it made me realize.
That's a funny thing we say when we're on the rooftop all the time with like new guys, especially. Like we'll look down and there's nowhere to go, like, and just like, hey man, aim for the bushes.
You got to, man. And for me, it was so quick. I happened to hit the bushes, and I think about how easily I could have died, but it just wasn't my time because I didn't feel myself. You know, a lot of times you feel, oh, I'm about to fall. This is going to be bad. I didn't even have that. So I always go, because I've fallen so much, into rodeo clown mode where I just naturally go limp. And it serves itself.
Do you have any pills to cover that?
What's that?
So do you have any pills for that when you go limp?
No, but I'll tell you what I do.
Stop.
I go to my Indian pharmacy.
I'll put you off the stream. Stop it.
I saw a study today, and again, Kyle, I'm guilty of just looking at headlines, but somewhere they've recommended Cialis, which is Talafil. It's the one ED drug that you can take and it lasts for so many hours, but they're recommending that men over 45 or 50 take low doses of it daily to prevent all kinds of prostate issues and other issues. So it's a miracle drug. I always knew it was.
Or they just want to sell more of it.
I think they sell plenty. And the Indians are all over it, man. I'm telling you.
Buy into that.
Which
Indians?
What's up, Mick?
Dot.
I don't know if anybody caught Shane's live on Sunday.
I slept through it.
Sorry, Gary. John's got a whole story that I'm trying not to bring up about his pills that he ordered from
I'm
India.
not going to bring it up because it goes back so far. I'd been married 20 years, got sober, had never had a girlfriend that I'd never had kissed.
All right, that's enough of that talk. But yes, he definitely went and did some shady stuff with some goofy pills, and we don't need to hear about it. Hi, John.
I didn't do anything shady. I had my AA sponsor said, Javon, $75 per erection is way too expensive.
God, shut up.
Don't y'all think that's ridiculous?
I think it's a little expensive, but honestly, how much does it cost to keep a relationship together? So
well, I'm telling you, it's really not expensive when you look at it, but when you realize you can buy 10 for that same 75, you're like 10 erections versus one. And then you start talking with a little bit of a Hindu accent.
You know what I think is ridiculous more than the $75 is telling a bunch of grown men you've never met about it.
Why are we doing Hindu accents?
It was the most embarrassing thing I've gone through in my life because, again, it was no issue of my age or my vascular system. It was an issue of I'd never been with someone. A, the person I was with, I knew she was crazy. That's why I was attracted to her. And B, I'd never been with anyone besides my ex in over 28 years. And C, I'd never been with anybody sober. So I was doing all these things for the first time about 14 months after my divorce was final. So it wasn't like I rushed into it, but it just was not working. And man, she was so upset, so mad at me. And then she thought I was a runway boy.
What's that?
She just thought I must not be straight.
A runway boy.
I never heard it put that way, but I guess you have to be creative these days.
I was trying to be creative for YouTube terms of service and not just come out and
I mean, I can see where she's running
Runway
from.
boy. Are we talking like like an airplane runway, or more like like what kind of runway are we talking about here?
like a runway at Milan. No,
Somebody should clip that.
I was always small, still am. So I never was that masculine dude, even though I was a ballsy wrestler. But I'd never projected myself as a fighty, manly kind of type, which is easy to see now. But it was just one of those things I never felt uncomfortable with it. So when she said that to me, she was like, I had to come back. I was like, well, maybe it's you. Maybe it's just you're not living up to the expectations that I set for you. Maybe I was unrealistic. Maybe it was me, not you. And then I went to the Indian pharmacist and he was like, I got exactly what you need. I'm like, thank you very much. And like 12 days later and about $70.
If you really wanted to start this fight, you just look at her and say it's a stretch marks.
And I'm telling you, I've still got, because you buy so much quantity, I've still got a ton because I finally had to say no more with her. And after her, I was like, I'm going YouTube and I'm going to hang out with my dog and cat. Then my dog passed away and now it's just me and a cat, which is kind of like ironic. I'm going to turn out the old cat guy.
Yeah.
It's better to talk about those than the lack of them because it was one of those things that it's not a comfortable conversation. And luckily, I was seeing a doctor because of the other things I was being treated for. So I had somebody that I could talk to, and he basically told me, no, it's not you. You're just not comfortable.
Kyle's just waiting.
15 minutes ago, I thought we were going to drop it and just keep
stepping
your foot more and more into that cow patty.
I will jump on that rake all day long because I lived through it. That was an uncomfortable time in my life. It
Kyle,
really was. I thought I was broken.
You should show Javon what he missed from from Shane's live the other night.
I'll go back and watch it. I didn't even see it.
Hang on.
I saw the link. If he's got a clip, I saw the link in the Instagram when I woke up, but y'all were already done.
Oh shit. I mean, context is.
Who all was there? Was it Kyle, Shane, you, and who else?
Yeah, I think it was just us three. Who else was it?
I love when Shane's on a live because you never know where it's going to go.
Yeah,
he's in the chat, or he was, and he's got a link.
Hilarious.
All right, so I'll give context first because otherwise it's going to have people really confused and upset. So there was a young man selling knives, a knife maker at Blade Show that Shane really thought was a good maker and respected his work, right? So let me pull this up and you guys can watch it.
Awesome.
To buy a Scott Steele's knife, but I don't. So I think I'm going to go try to find that 16-year-old kid from last year. Well, I ask money to buy a Scott Steele's knife, but I don't. So I think I'm going to go try to find that 16-year-old kid from last year.
We put him in the van.
So someone clipped that, put him in the van, and sent that in.
That is so good. I'm going to tell you all about
pretty
Shane. And he's in the bathroom, so he can't really text back at me. But that dude, everybody looks at him and they misjudge him. He drops wisdom bombs wrapped in the most Appalachian humor that I've ever heard in my life. That literally, it'll be 3 minutes later that I laugh. And then I realize that there's a lot of wisdom between with that psychotic dude. He hates it here.
Throne is O-N-E for the record.
Yeah, spelling's not a strong point.
It's not mine either, but I happen to know that one.
Nah, you know what was so damn funny?
Neither is
about
his
it
context
also
of saying phrases.
was just exactly how fast everything got clipped and turned into the van with his head in there. Like, man, that was so funny.
You know who the masters of that are? They're in the chat. We've
Yeah,
got
no,
they're the best. And I don't know if they do it together or if it's Stevie. I've noticed that his shorts on Instagram and his reels are always edited. So I think Stevie's the one that has the editing prowess.
I hate it here. That shit's funny.
I have none. I had a comment because I've tried to get into my comments. That was one of my late starting New Year's resolutions. And it's still painful. But some guy was telling me about my refresh rate and my hand movements. And I just was like, man, I got Parkinson's.
We love you, Shane.
Shane knows that.
If we didn't, we wouldn't be
Priceless.
doing that stuff.
Priceless.
Shane was he was lifted up in the community to elite status way back when he stepped up. Before he had a channel, Shane was always Shane. Before he was edgy American, before he ever thought about, well, he'd made a knife, but before he ever thought about making knives, he was making friends.
Back to the old PKR days. Remember that?
Yep. Pocket knife reviews, right? And you realize that was the least searchable thing in the world.
Yeah, because it was Shane Gable's PKR.
Yeah.
Like anyone was going to search for that.
I had a guy, I told you about the what's not people that come in that want to buy case knives because they can make so much money on them. They all think they're social media experts because they are about 8 to 10 years older than me. To me, it's so funny because they're like, oh, yeah, we'll go live and we'll do. He has all these different tricks where they'll have everybody, depending on how many are in the live, pay $6 and then it's a waffle. And they're all making a few bucks on these cases. But they all want to feel like they are changing the knife business. And the guy came in today and he was like, well, I can't believe y'all are so high. I was like, we're not. We're the cheapest anywhere in the Southeast. We have people come from all over to buy cases. He goes, well, how am I supposed to resell these? I was like, you got to find a wholesale seller. What do you want? You know, I mean, go out and make more money like everybody else is.
Yeah, I'm not responsible for your scalping.
Yeah, no doubt. And he wants to come in with an attitude because they think because they're seeing money that they can. I just don't like case people in general. I shouldn't put them all together, but I've yet to have one come out of the box. I take that back. That one young man who bought his unborn son a case, whose dad never bought him a case, and he just wanted to start the tradition. He was pleasant, but he wasn't already tainted with the case, whatever draws them to those little surgical stainless steel knives.
Yeah.
And they all brag about, I'll use it, but I'll never sharpen it.
Hopefully that guy was there when all this shit was all over the floor.
As a matter of fact, he was. He stayed through the whole thing, and he's the only one that didn't buy. Everybody else that stayed through the shit,
He stayed there and didn't buy?
he stayed there and did not buy.
Now you got to question that guy's all motives.
I'm going to show it because I don't think they're in here. I've got a picture of him.
Don't dox him. Don't do that. Don't do that, John.
I'm not going to do it. All right.
Are you sure he didn't go in the bathroom and do something in your bathroom?
No, because nobody had gone in. What the 24-hour plumber people said is it had probably been somebody that had used the there was a diaper. They found a diaper and a wet wipe. I haven't seen a baby in there, but I don't come in till 2. So who knows? But what I still don't understand is why the owner on his way out, he doesn't live in another city. He lives 5 minutes, 10 minutes away. Would you not want to go home to sit on your throne than to go into your office every day before you leave on the way out and drop the kids off at the pool?
I don't know. Depends how annoying the wife is.
That's a good point. But no, I mean, to me, it's just strange because he goes in there and he spends a while in there. And I'm like, I'd be in my truck on the way home. I don't know. But you're right, though. If the wife's annoying,
maybe he's had an accident before on his way home, and he's like, I'm never doing that again.
That's true. That's true. He could have filled up his Huggies.
John doesn't like to sit in his car because he's got no doors.
I've got no doors. I've got doors but only on one side.
Gary, you heard the story, right?
No.
So we're going on 3 years now. John doesn't have a door on his car.
I have not gotten my car fixed. I've not broken the $1,000 out because I've just learned to adapt to a Jeep that's not a Jeep.
I mean, I lived in the Caribbean for a while. We had some ghetto ass cars.
No, in Pennsylvania, I definitely wouldn't. And summers are brutal. I need to get it back down there. What happened is I was all ready to do it when it started, and I wanted to go to the Ford dealer because the truck's new, or the utility vehicle's new. And they never returned my call. And so there's several other body shops I can go to. And I even have had, Geico reach out to me and say, hey, it's still open. I was like, look, I'm working on a deductible. I'm out of work. And I've kind of lost interest in it because I've adapted to jumping over my passenger seat. Now, what I can't do is I can't flip my knives in the car, which is not why I wrecked. But I used to get more Instagram views by flipping knives while I was driving. I just had my phone set up and I'd flip knives and drive down the road. I got more comments. And then I figured after I hit the wall, which I think it was a combination of an 18-wheeler coming over on me and me being in too much traffic. It was just right between Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. It gets nasty. That was
not the reason. I'm not going to say it. That was not the reason.
That was the reason. I might have gotten a little drowsy, but it was a glancing blow. What was so weird about it is I popped against it. And I thought, oh man, that was close, and got back on the road. And then I looked up and I was starting to get a bunch of air. And I was like, man, my air conditioner is really kicking in there. And my my driver's side doors kind of open like a trash can. So that thing, the funniest was like the next week I had to go to Birmingham for a 2 days of corporate. And I drove down in like I don't know, it wasn't a hurricane, but it was close to it. And I had a plastic bag wrapped around me. And I'm driving 6:30 in the morning. I was living in hell, dude. I finally adapted.
Yeah, you're just lucky you're in Alabama, that's all.
The fact that you were driving down the highway and all of a sudden felt a draft and didn't realize you brushed
I did
the freaking median is more concerning.
But I did at that point. You don't understand how when you barely my airbags didn't go off. If my airbag had gone off, I would be out of this because it would have been totaled. So even my side airbags did not go off, and it was a side impact. It was a glancing, just like me. If you ever see Dale Jr. touch the wall,
rubber's racing, but.
And what it was is there was 6 lanes of traffic. There was no way. Once I realized the door was open, I stopped when I got onto 65 and looked at it and said, well, I'm fucked, but I can get home. There was no need to call anybody then. And it was just, I was ready to get home, but there was nowhere to stop. I mean, it was literally very dangerous. I'm lucky I didn't get hurt or hurt anybody behind me because my door panel went somewhere.
It's crazy that your door panel got ripped off.
Oh, dude, it got ripped off at like 75 miles per hour.
It's a little breezy in here.
I guarantee you that left a mark.
Well, hey, fellas, I turned into a pumpkin here.
Dude, I'm so glad you stopped on and shared some work with us. And talked about metal and knives. And I can't wait to meet you at Blade Show.
Yeah, man, it's getting so close.
It's coming up. It's coming up. I got to get some knives done.
Have a good night, Gary.
All right. We'll see you guys
later.
Later, man.
Yep.
I got the same full coverage that I've always had. I pay for it every month. I should wrap it around a tree, but with my luck, burnt relic. That is a good creative idea. Praise Dale Jr.
Yeah.
I agree.
I would love to do that, Edgy.
I wonder what happened with Dale Jr. I wonder how much of that was his mother-in-law and him fighting and him getting out of NASCAR, out of that team, and then figuring, fuck it. I'm sure there was a lot of alcohol and drugs going on there too.
We're going to check out the Pink Pony in Atlanta, Edgy, if you want to start your reviews there.
I've been to I don't know how far you go back with Shane, but his reviews, he was 100% right. They were horrible, but I still loved him for it. He tried, but do you ever see any of his old lives where he used to he took a Mannix apart and tried to put it back together? And
the one that Justin had to call in on?
Yeah, he had Justin on the phone live streaming trying to help him get this thing back together. He would put one screw in, and he would put one screw in, and something would completely fall out. And we're like, it's right there on the table. And then
everybody be screaming through their TVs. I knew I was, and everybody else was too. Shane, your washer's sitting there. It's never going to sit up without that washer. But to me, his favorite, and it's been taken off his channel, was his crowbar video.
Do you have Gary's phone number?
I do. I've got him right here too.
No,
Look.
No. Stop.
I'm trying to.
Well, I took him off because his camera's still going. I don't think he knows he's on. But
I don't think I have it. Hold on. I got his
send him a message just to tell him I took him off stream, but his stream is still going. So I don't know. I'm
gonna DM him because he answers those.
Okay.
I know I've got that. Y'all give me a second on behind the scenes.
I just wanted him to. That's why I took him off stream, so I didn't. So he didn't do anything or say anything. He didn't.
Yeah, he's and Gary's got to be younger than me because he's much more. He's big into Claude, and he plays with AI quite a bit. Let's see, message. Here we go.
Damn.
Wish I could faster.
What are you doing, Shane? You can't be sitting on the throne that long.
Tell him to come on up.
The throne.
Camera is still broadcasting.
Trying to think what I could show off you guys haven't seen 50 times.
Please do not masturbate.
Don't say that, John.
I'm kidding.
If we do that, I'm going to put the camera back on to get your stream taken down.
What's so funny? Oh, it would get. I'd have to. What you do when that happens? If something like that happens, I've learned because I watch a lot of these we call it boomer blood sports, these Dabbleverse shows, and people will put up stuff to get people in trouble. So what you got to do is instantly end your live stream, delete it, don't go private, and start another one. If you private it or do anything like that, because what happens, there are people out there to get you. Maybe not to get knife guys, but to get those guys. So they're always looking for them to violate, and then they mass report. It's just horrible.
You got to delete it so there's no. And you know what? That's funny is if you have a stream and someone has clipped something out of it and they delete the stream, that clip goes away as well too. You can't use it to report something.
No, because the clip shows stream has been removed by user. Now, if you download it, which the clippers in the Dabbleverse actually download, because if you go to somebody's stream, if they leave it up, which most of the ones will at least put it on Patreon or private it for their members. But you can download clips where they actually store on your computer, where you can send them into a judge. Aaron M. Holt, the guy I used to show you who'd be PayPal, Venmo, he violated his probation again. He does a thing called Rumble Rant Fridays, where his grift is he has his tow boys send him in links and he'll play them on Rumble because he's just doing it on Rumble. And since they don't have copyright laws, he'll play anything. And if you do $20, it goes to the front of the line. And he's so stupid, he's got an order against him where he cannot mention or show the lady that he did revenge porn on. And people are setting him up. So they sent him in a video. He didn't preview it. It played for like 15 seconds and then it shows them all in the hot tub. And he's like, hey, we can't show that. And he deleted it, but people have saved it and already sent it to the judge. And he had this thing when he came back out, like a couple of days ago. He said, you know, I've got a, what did he say? We've got an arrangement with my probation officer. See it, delete it, report it. So it came up. I deleted it. I reported it. I did not violate my whatever. And
that's bad because someone was baiting him into it. But when you're a big channel, you can't just randomly play stuff without previewing it first. That's stupid on his behalf. And
you're exactly right, Kyle. And if you're a little channel and you've got an order against you from a judge for a specific person, and you know that more than half the people that watch you or hate watching you, you've got to watch that stuff. He got so excited about the $20 donation that he just played it, and it cost him huge. He'll do another week in jail. He doesn't think he will. But my bet is he violated his deal. But yeah, anything can happen. And in chat, I don't ever pay attention to it, but that's the stuff that they can go after. Anything said in chat, the creator's responsible for it.
Right. And I'm cognizant of this, but the creator is also responsible for any guests they have on as well too, whatever they say.
Absolutely.
So picking people carefully is of utmost importance.
I learned that.
Trying to say I'm not a good choice.
No, you're a good choice.
No,
I was just with a couple of guys on somebody else's channel that got really, really drunk, stayed up late, and started doing stuff like almost trying to get the channel taken down. It's just crazy stuff. They thought it was funny, but it's not. Because even though it wasn't that guy's, main anything, he wasn't making videos, but it was his channel. That's your little place on the internet. And the other thing is, if you get banned and then I have you on as a guest, YouTube can take my channel down for helping you evade a ban. It's just weird. And the thing that people are getting caught up in, which I'm glad that YouTube's going after, it's the AI slop. So what they're looking for now are channels that are running that don't have a human directly narrating, where they might have a human running the channel, but it's all AI slop.
They literally generate clips, have an AI person dictate it, and they're just stealing clips from other channels and doing complete videos on it.
Exactly right. And that's
they can put out a ton of different ones, right? Like back to back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they put out hundreds of videos a week because that's all they're doing.
I've been sharing with Kyle and Shane this one company that's like Benchmade, Why They Fell Off, or the 3 knife companies that make in the U.S. knives. And it's this new channel, Tactical Something. All the videos are right around 500,000, and it's AI slop. But I guess the heading is so, dramatic. Everything's set up through AI to make it
There's a difference between having a channel and having an AI ran channel where they're stealing people's content. They're not actually reviewing. They're not reacting to it. They're not having any fair trade use by reacting to something. They're literally just clipping farming and putting out videos with AI voices and stealing money. So that kind of stuff needs to be cracked down upon. But
I agree.
But the worst thing is, if you find something like that, don't click it, don't share it, don't promote it, don't let anyone see it. Like, just act like it is completely not there and let them kind of crumble themselves.
Exactly. And the thing that a lot of people don't look at in their YouTube studio, there's a thing that calls your content. I forget what they call it, but you can go click on one button and it'll show you where your content's being used. So for example, I'll share my content with Kaiser or with very good knife company. If you want to share it on your channel, use it all you want. But I can look at a glance. If I saw some weird account using my content, it's going to show up to me. I should be, if I'm looking at that, I should be aware. But then to get it taken down, I've done it twice on Instagram where I had my profile cloned. Every picture was my picture, me with a different name, and they had more followers than me. But they went in and followed like 20,000 people, to get 10,000 followers. But I reached out to Instagram. I had to send 2 forms of ID. Then I had to send a couple of other things so they could prove that I was the one trying to get my account back. I wasn't trying to steal somebody's account. I kind of appreciated it because they were being so careful, but at the same time, there was a point I didn't think I was going to get it back.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that they can kind of just take all your stuff too if they just feel like it.
Well, there's just been a couple of weird ones like Tri-State a couple of years ago or last year. He woke up one morning to his channel being deleted because of pornography. I don't know what caught it. There was no pornography that I know of on his channel. There might have been some suggestive pictures, but that he got it right back. And then Lefty's thing was even creepier. Although Lefty's not the most computer savvy guy, he's pretty computer savvy, but he clicked on a link that was going to help him analyze his YouTube analytics. And basically it stole his YouTube account. And at about 2 a.m. that following morning when he was asleep, it started running crypto ads. So YouTube pulled the channel down. It was gone when Lefty woke up. Lefty reached out to YouTube because he knew he'd lost access to his Gmail right after he went through it. He got fishy feelings and he couldn't get into any of his stuff. His channel was still up, but he couldn't access it. And about 8 hours later, his channel was down. And I forgot who told him what you do if that happens is you go to Twitter and you tweet YouTube creator services or something. There are a couple of people you tweet and they give you an appeal form or a resolution form, and it can take forever and good chance you don't get your channel back. So it just sucks.
It's crazy.
That's why I put stuff on Rumble. I'm streaming on Rumble now. Nobody's watching. Maybe somebody is.
Shane, you've lost a lot. You just need to maybe lose like 5 to 10 more and then just get some ass implants so you don't look like a pug.
Frenchie.
Hey, you're a healthy pug, buddy. Don't listen to him. There's 13 viewers on Instagram. Or not Instagram, on Rumble.
Squats again, too.
What's that?
So I'm doing some squats again, too. I got to hit the gym.
I need to get back in some kind of physical shape, but I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. I'd like to find people to play pickleball with. I think I'd like pickleball because I love tennis.
I like badminton.
You look like a pickleball hipster.
I feel like a pickleball hipster. I'd buy the shoes, the racket, and everything, man. I might even buy
he'd be out there in his super short. Remember the bike shorts, those coaching shorts?
Yeah.
I look like Bjorn Borg. Do you remember Bjorn Borg with the little tennis shorts that would ride up to his ball sacks? You probably don't. That was before your time.
Yeah.
Do you remember Bjorn Borg and John McEnroe, their matches?
I do.
I know the names.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to watch how short those tennis shorts were that they all wore back in the 80s.
Was that your favorite part that you watched them?
No, it was just one of the things. I played tennis.
Ingrained in your head?
As a kid, USTA, I was not ever going to be a college tennis player, but I was very competitive in USTA. I won several tournaments, placed in a lot, and played a lot. And all the clothes that we would buy would be mimicking what the pros were wearing. So if I was going to wear John McEnroe's line, I had little shorts too. So they weren't like, because I was a little guy, mine were all of a sudden big. They were all cut small.
How can they make shorts small on you? That's like
they're
size
little,
2
dude.
toddler.
I'm an average Asian.
You're not
waist.
average.
Asian. I think I have a 28-inch waist.
Or Italian made. You ever try to buy like motorcycle gear?
They're small too, aren't they?
I don't know who they're.
I think they just wear their stuff real tight. Their suits look painfully tight.
The jackets are awful.
Size 28 waist. No wonder she called you a runway boy.
I'm a 28-30, dude. That's proportion. My waist is 28, my legs are 30. I'm a little guy. What can I tell you?
Hey man.
Yeah.
I'm coming from the baby gap. I don't even have to go to Husky Boys because I found out now with Amazon, I can order my 28-30s and any kind of pants I want.
Baby
Except I can order them in 511s. And Lefty, that soulless bastard, got me to order a couple of pairs of those. And I love the pockets, but they wore out faster than any pair of Walmart Levi's I've ever had.
Those special pants he was promoting?
No, he didn't have an affiliate link, but he talked about them. He wore
We had
them
a
all
discount
the time.
code, right?
He had a discount code, yeah. So he was getting something on it.
Okay, so that goes back to the whole thing from Friday about you never buying stuff that Lefty promoted. So you bought pants that he promoted too.
I did, but what I'm saying,
so basically everything,
a lot of things, and I'm telling you, not because his reviews were so compelling and leading me down a bad decision. Now, granted, the knees wore out of my pants shorter or quicker. Everything I bought that Lefty showed that I thought that's pretty cool. I kind of had the same idea. It wasn't like I've got to buy that because Lefty's got it, because I'm not going to see Lefty wearing it. He just said these have a lot of different pockets. And if you carry a pew-pew, you've got 3 extra belt loops in the back. It keeps your holster from sagging, especially if you IWB it. Sharif, I'll send you a link if you're up for it, buddy.
What's going on with Terry and Co-Bunny there? What you guys doing?
Is Gary's camera on a rocking machine?
Are you still watching it?
No, I think so. Gary's got that camera that moves. It tracks, it moves when he moves. So it's locked in on something in the background. That's why it's moving up and down.
I'm looking in my text just to see if I got his number. Creeley Blades, I've got it. Hold on. What? Let me text this fool. Gary Creeley. That's a different number than Creeley Blades. I'm going to text Gary first. Howdy, Gary.
Bugsy, are you on your phone?
No.
Okay. Well, check your phone.
What, Instagram?
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Let's see if it comes down and changes it.
I wasn't aware there was a...
Well, that's the same from Sunday.
Okay. Yeah.
Sharif, what's happening, buddy?
Ask Sharif if he wants to come hang.
Sharif, do you want to come hang? If you do, I'll send you a link.
Stevie and Maddie, if they're still here, anybody who wants to come here. I've got Creeley Blades and Gary Creeley. I bet Gary Creeley's the number. We'll see. Did y'all see Dylan Mallory's fixed blade? I saw a picture of it. I couldn't tell the size of it.
Which one?
Let me go to his Instagram. Hold on. I don't know the name of him.
Well, Shane's
I
making
did buy a
the
fixed blade, or I spoke. Right, but this one looks like
he made the sassy for Stevie.
Find it.
Luke, you wish, buddy.
I think I saw it on Facebook. Are these them right? This right here, Shane. I mean, Kyle, I'm not sure who. I didn't read the caption. I just looked at the knife.
Looking's free. Touching's going to cost you.
Okay. Yeah, he's making those. He made one for Stevie called the Sassy, which is a little bit. Go back to that picture. Kind of looked like the top a little bit.
I love the handle hardware.
Yeah, I'm not sure what models those are, but the he's been making some. He sent some blanks to Shane, and Shane heat treat them, and then he's been grinding them himself. And then Shane's also working on, I think once you get close to after Blade Show, he's going to be start finishing up the forests.
To me, it's just amazing that you guys can look at metal and make it look like a knife, like by using your hands and grinding it and shit. I can't. I mean, people say they could teach me to grind. I'm telling you, you can't. You can teach me to change a muffler on a lawnmower, but that's about it.
The only thing you grind is door handles.
Door handles and door panels. And side mirrors.
Little pervert.
Everything down to what protects me from the outside elements. I ground it down as far as it could come without losing my shoulder.
No, I think your hands would eventually learn it. I think it's one of those things. It's an intrinsic thing.
So I bought a knife,
Once
guys.
you start grinding on it.
I had Luft Concepts send me 3 knives to review, 2 folders and a fixed blade, because I asked them to, and I said I'll send them back to you, except for this one. I've got them packed up. They're going back tomorrow, and I'm buying this little USA made guy. That is S45. I forget the company. He doesn't say, but I was able to find it by looking at Arizona OEMs and matching the sheath, because this is a 3D printed sheath. This is kind of cool because you can wear the clip on either side, and I carry it in my back pocket. But it's a small little guy. That's the dark acid etching. I just thought it was sexy. I don't know why. And I haven't bought a knife, and I'm like paying cash for this. I'm not trading for it. But I think it's a cool knife. I want to keep it around. Plus, it performs very well on shorts. And I learned that if I get a knife, which I will never get a knife like my little axe. This knife right here, I got more grief when I bought it because it's a stupid knife.
What up?
Yo.
What's on, dude?
What's up, Sharif?
What's up, Sharif?
How you guys doing?
But this little thing at White Mountain Knives.
Better now that you're here.
And it's got this really hip titanium sheath with magnets. And it was too much. It was $115. I've made over $300 of shorts ad revenue just on this knife over the whole time that I've been posting it. But my 3 most viewed shorts are all this little Nori neck axe. If you look at my top 20 shorts, this is probably 13 of them. I don't know why.
It's interesting, though.
It is interesting what people gravitate towards. I told you what my 3, well, not my 3 strongest, but every time I do a walkthrough of Knives and More, it's my #1 viewed video. My second trip through there, before I ever worked there, is sitting over 80,000 views. I had a guy come in today from Mississippi who saw that video. So it's just nuts, the things that people watch, things that I would never watch, that I can't imagine. Because all I did was walk through and showed it. I can't imagine what people would, and they watch the whole thing. It's just nuts to me. I don't know my audience. It's obvious.
John,
But it's hard. I think people ebb and flow a lot. Sorry,
go
Kyle.
into your YouTube studio and wrench Sharif up.
Is Sharif not wrenched?
Nope. I just timed him out.
He is a moderator as we speak.
What's
now?
Kathleen?
Mangana Steel he's in as a different name.
The real Sharif.
I'm looking to see if anybody else is in here. Yeah. Real Sharif. Message is deleted by Kyle Coonley. Kyle, you've been terrorizing him.
No. It's just part of the initiation. I hit him for 10 seconds. Not a big deal.
All right, everybody get ready. I'm going to remove Edgy as a moderator for 5 minutes just so you can throw eggs at him. And then we're going to make him a moderator again.
You know you'll forget to put him back on there.
I wouldn't do that to Edgy.
He's not been talking anyways. He's probably pooping.
Yeah, I know he's not talking because I hit him with a new nickname tonight. I said, "What up, soft serve?"
You know what Cheeto hit him with the other night that I lost my crap over and no one else caught it? He called him Swedgy American.
What am I missing?
And that's an inside joke.
Was that part of the Sunday night stream that I slept through?
Because he doesn't like to do swedges, right?
Yeah. That might have been, it was either Saturday or it might have been Friday night in Stevie's Subfaction.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I've got to change my behavior. When my live ends, I go to my couch and I'm always in Stevie's live, but I don't talk because I don't want to get to the hello everybody. I want to chill for a little bit. So I'll eat snack, 30 minutes. I'll feel like I'll get in the conversation and I always fall asleep. Y'all's voices, man, combined are just like, ooh, angel hearts for me. I just pass out. But I sleep such weird hours because then I'll wake up at 3 and I'll start making videos. It's crazy.
You know, the only bad part about that is at Blade Show, you're going to be falling asleep when we're all sitting at a table together.
Well, this last year at Blade Show, it worked because I was on Shane's sleep schedule because we bunked up together. You know, and at Blade Show, you're kind of up late, getting up early anyway.
Kind of up late.
Yeah, up really late.
I thought you took his wrench away.
I'm up early.
Whose? No, I didn't. I was just kidding. I said I wouldn't do that to him.
Okay, one at a time. I'm out.
I hate all y'all.
I wasn't going to do that to Shane. I don't want him to hurt his feelings and think it's personal when I'm just kidding with him.
I want to see him doing the crip walk.
Okay, just for you, buddy. I hit Shane for you.
And Kyle, can you not make people mods?
I don't know if I can or not. Probably.
I think you can. I think you are in my studio. I know Stevie and
I think I can. I forgot. That's why I just told
Stevie
you.
and Maddie can. I think they're my two. I don't know. I think they hacked in to get that because I don't remember giving them that level because that's like the top level. Everybody else will make a standard moderator. For some reason, they're managing moderators. They could literally go in and delete my channel tonight. I probably need to change their access. They might think that's funny.
No,
So
that is bad. Not funny.
I'm kidding.
Sorry,
I
sir.
know they wouldn't do that.
All right. Correct, Javon? You're going to be in Atlanta this year?
What's that?
Did I hear correct? You're going to be in Atlanta this year?
I think I'm going to be there. If Shane and Ryan and I might be making our pilgrimage over there. I'm up in the air right now, kind of depending on what those kids do.
Bring it back down to the ground and come join us, dude.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I tell everybody that's the highlight of my trip are those 3-4 hours on the back porch with my homies.
Yeah, dude.
That's the best of times for shiz. And I love the way that y'all have kind of evolved into that. I'm not in a rush to get to Blade Show. I'm going to get there a little after lunch. We're going to chill around the house because that's where the best conversations and the best times take place.
Dude, that's like going from attendee to exhibitor. That's the number one thing I miss because I got to be like in the Galleria at
an hour at least before, right?
Like 7:30 at the latest, you know? And so like, man, I miss waking up, sitting in the back, you know, at the table, just grubbing on some like simple stuff, talking smack, you know, planning out what we're going to do, just chilling with the boys, man. That's the best part, you know?
Yeah, but at least you've transitioned to an exciting alternative reality for Blade Show, you know, where you're kind of like an attraction when you get there. Are you got anybody helping you this year in the booth?
No. I'm, what I learned last year is it's pretty easy to set up, you know, takes me all of about 30 minutes. I keep my stuff pretty simple, but clean, you know?
Right.
So it goes up quick. It comes down quick, you know?
I mean, fielding your traffic, can you field your days pretty easily? Or do you have anybody helping down there with people?
Well, hopefully the homies come by, and if I ever need to make
and that's what I was going to say. You've got my cell number, I think, and you've got other cell numbers. So if you ever get run over, call any of us.
I don't have your cell actually, Javon, but send it over, and
I'm going to send it to you. Do you want me to send the one to the Sharif or to the Mangana Steel?
Mangana steel.
All right,
Yeah.
put it in your phone, and just like I say, if you need somebody to come cover for you for an hour or something, let me know. Or if you just need help.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the main thing I usually need is just, little
Bathroom breaks,
munchies.
food.
Not even, dude. My first 2 days in Atlanta last year, I didn't go to the bathroom the entire day. Like literally from open to close. I was just so like stressed and focused that and then I got lost in the conversations that I like forgot. I went into camel mode. The Egyptian kicked in, and the camel came out.
You started just
You're more of a two hump guy though, aren't you?
Oh yes. Got him right here.
Bugsy, that story that Shane just talked about is freaking epic, but he needs to be able to tell it.
I know.
Shane, come up here, buddy.
I was laughing so hard
here.
to myself. Just thinking of Javon passed out and just Shane searching under him all pissed off. You know he wasn't gentle. That's so funny.
No, but he was
and
also
I had him on steel toe.
He was also high as can be too, trying to basically hump John in his underwear, trying to get the remote out.
Well, that's the whole thing. I thought Shane had a really low key experience with that because we were just vaping flour. I was like, this isn't edibles, this isn't concentrate, this is just good old high quality flour, and all you have to do is take a little sip because it's vaporized.
He would have had a great time.
When I passed out, he seemed fine. He was like, dude, I was up till 3 o'clock in the morning hearing shit outside.
Bugsy, think of the scene from Borat, but John was asleep. He was just wrestling on himself.
And to hear Shane tell that story, when he told me that story the next morning, I almost choked on my toothpaste.
just Shane standing over you in his tidy whities. Mad as hell.
It was weird because the first night we got there,
2.5 times the size of John.
We had to literally sharpen till we went to bed. So we sharpened, crashed. The second night we got there, it was kind of early. We'd eaten. And I was like, dude, you need to check out Steel Toe. I said, you need to hit this, you'll enjoy it. And so we had a little 5-minute conversation. Everything was good. I laid back and I just passed out. And I was on the remote and he was like, I listened to that guy ask for money. And I was like, God damn it.
He just grabbed the edge of the blanket and flip you up.
And he was about to throw me off the bed, he said.
So
but no, he's a good roommate.
This is some good old Kami Carta.
Oh yeah.
Make myself big. All right. So this is what it looks like standard when you just grind it and sand it, right?
Nice.
That looks very rich.
This is what it looks like when you sand it and put a little bit of TLC on it.
Yeah, that's what it's
Dude, that is very rich. Would that be called natural or brown?
That is communist era micarta. So
it's almost get that red out of it.
Yeah. So I haven't quite finished it yet, but I got the one side done. I wanted to show the before and after, Sharif.
Hell yeah.
So how many more grits is that other side going to take besides the finishing stuff that you put on it? Like, do you have?
This is only 600 grit. I didn't go crazy on it because I didn't want to make it like. I mean, it's smooth, but it's not like glass like split because I didn't want to make it to the point where it was. You just don't want this type of micarta. You don't want it to be that way.
Well, how gritty is the second side? The sides that's not finished. I mean, is it or is it just not oiled?
This hasn't been touched, so that's probably
I got you
120-ish.
So no real progressions you've made on that side.
No, I haven't. I cleaned it up the basic. I took off the oil and stuff that was on there, and then I just hand sanded this side, and all I did was add just a tiny bit of beeswax to it and buffed it off. I haven't put anything crazy on it.
But it looks like night and day. It looks like two different knives.
Yeah. Dude. Oh, I'm so excited.
That's outstanding.
Did you see what Shane said?
No, let's find it. Where did it?
Where'd he go?
Better.
And I didn't even wake up. I didn't even move.
Did you wake up with a sore butt?
No, I didn't. And I think I would have definitely woken up at least prolapsed or partially prolapsed.
Well, that's good. Then. Well, everyone wants to take you camping if you're not going to rat on them.
He's not even going to wake up.
Brant? What's up, brother? Lurker, what's
Harry,
up?
did you make a sheath to go along with it?
What, your knife?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, yes. You haven't seen it?
No, don't show me. Don't show me.
Oh, dude, you should show.
Oh,
I want it to be a surprise. Because, dude, that'll be my first Terry sheath. I'm so excited.
Dude, it is freaking outstanding.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm jealous.
Yes. Thank you, Terry.
It's literally one of the best I've ever seen come out of there.
Hell yeah,
it's probably the coolest.
He ups his game. I mean,
it's one of the coolest leather sheaths I've seen.
Dude, heck yeah. Now
check this out.
I'm so excited.
Have you seen any of his latest work, Sharif?
Yes. That's why I'm so excited. Like,
look at this.
He has upped his game so much. It's so sick.
Yeah, this piece looks sick.
Yeah, dude. I've seen
those rivets. You can put an ulti clip on there. You can put a deep concealment carry clip on there.
Well, they're spaced out perfectly for any type of clip. The actual, that's universal spacing. So you could do snap the dot over loops. You could do ulti clips. You could do anything. But that is a absolute stunning.
Yeah.
The double stitching, that's sick, dude. I love the laser logo or however he gets that logo on there.
And this is going to be a Blade Show available for sale too.
Heck yeah.
Nice. Oh, you froze up.
Dude, I'm so excited. I had no idea I was going to get a Terry sheath with it, man. That's so sick.
Sir.
Yeah, but it's just going to be good.
I got to go pee. I'll be back, guys.
Dude.
Go ahead, brother.
I am very, very excited. Actually, dude, I went from having like only Joe to being like rich with sheaths now. I'm like so overwhelmed. It's awesome.
I've got Joe and Terry's been my go-to. He does all the fret sheaths, and he made me that kind of special one, but they all look like that in black and brown or brown and black.
That's gorgeous.
That's cool.
And this is one of his older ones. He'll say he does a lot better now, but I mean, he's just up in the game.
He definitely has been. That's so sick. Like, I have dabbled a little bit into some leather work lately just to understand what it takes to be able so I could communicate better with Joe and other leather makers in the future. And I have a newfound respect, actually, for the people who work leather. It's so not cut and dry. It's not simple. So many different variables to take into consideration. So it's like when people really get good, it's like it's even that much more impressive to me.
Oh, you're exactly right. And when they get even really good, like Master Joda, he can get a curveball thrown at him by somebody like me that sends him a knife that he wet forms, and I never told him it was K390. He's like, dude, we got an issue. I was like, what's up? This knife's covered in rust. I can get it off at the laser. I was like, dude, don't worry about that. That's fine.
Hey, it's K390.
I should have told you. Yeah, I should have told you that it was. I didn't think about it. But I love it. I mean, it's awesome. It's one of the few knives I don't sit on in my back pocket because and he made it where it would fit my back pocket perfectly, but I'm afraid it's too thin for me to put my little ass on. Like my fret, you can tell I sit on it every day.
Oh, I can see the curve in it.
Yeah, the curve's there, but on the knife.
Yeah, of course. You're not bending that steel.
No. Not with my 130 pounds or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if I was 130 still.
I like when people like carve the leather too. Like I've seen ones with like a lion's face.
Oh yeah.
Like a gorilla's face or like a flag. Like I don't know how they do that really. It's just like pressure or like cutting it or I don't really know.
Dude, I'll send you some pictures Thursday when I go to the shop. I'll send them to your Instagram. I'll make a note tonight. we've got this guy in town. He was on Friday Night Flicks one night, Greg Datcher. He's a local artist. He does one night a week at the Huntsville Museum of Art, training frou-frou ladies how to do pottery. But he also makes amazing knives. And he taught himself last year to make sheaths for his knives. And when I say make sheaths, he does stacked leather, right? So he had this 12-inch blade, 15-inch sawback Bowie. He bought an $800 piece of Baker's Forge copper-mide Damascus, cut it out, had a wooden handle. He only was selling the knife for $1,500. He doesn't feel like his name brings the value that his knives were worth. His knife's worth 3 times that. But anyway, when he does these stacked leather sheaths, which this one was this long, these stacked leather sheaths towards the back, instead of being wet form, the leather stacks up. So when it goes in, it's perfectly tight, and that leather just has kind of been built up around the handle. He puts snake skin in here, like real snake skin. Well, on the 15-inch sawback Bowie that was $1,500, not only did it have snake skin in it, but at the very top where the knife went in, it was cobra skin, and it had the cobra's head looking down at the sheath.
Crazy.
It's just amazing work, And he's like, when did you learn to make sheaths? He goes, well, I've been trying, but I made the first one I was happy with last year. Soft-spoken African-American guy who pulls transmissions all day long and then does all of his different art. He's a classic starving artist. He could probably get so much more for his work, but he just he's got the imposter syndrome. He doesn't feel like he has a name recognition, which a lot of it's true. You got to have a little bit of.
There's just a lot of people out there with pretty much all the same materials now. Like, there's not anybody that can really get something you can't. I don't know. There's a couple people out there that can really, do some like unique grinds and stuff, but there's nothing.
But the thing is, like, I've seen it in so many industries where, like,
Brent, I just saw your message. I'm sending you something now.
People race to the bottom price-wise for whatever reason. Either they're trying to be competitive or they have imposter syndrome or whatever. But it doesn't serve them, and it doesn't serve the rest of the industry.
You're exactly right.
Like, it ends up, somebody will look at person A and say, oh, well, I can get that, let's say, for $500, when the materials, the time, everything really mean it should be $1,500. So then they look at the guy who's selling it for $1,500 and says, well, screw you, you're a scam artist. And it's like, well, the person's not charging for their time or their effort or their knowledge. You know what I mean? Like, we have that issue in design all the time where it's like, okay, I may be able to design you something in 10 minutes, but it costs me $200,000 and 7 years of my life in terms of education in order to be able to do it in 10 minutes.
R&D, baby.
You're paying for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And that's where your value should be built from. Absolutely. I mean, you might not have been making the money then, but you were definitely earning your rate.
Yeah. So it's people should have confidence in themselves. You know what I mean? The thing is,
confidence and cockiness is a fine line there.
Well, the thing is,
John,
you're not whatchamacallit, you're not getting your
what's up, Berkeley?
Hellos.
Hey, what's going on, dude?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while for all you guys. I have not been in the knife game in a while.
I've noticed you've been focusing on other stuff. Where were you going, Sharif? And then I'm going to talk to Brand about.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
No, I was gonna say, like, you're. I forgot my train of thought.
No, we were talking about makers and their worth, their self-worth versus, and I said there's a fine line between something and cockiness. And I was thinking about one guy, but
confidence and cockiness. Like, it's not cocky to stand up for your value, but more importantly, you should charge what you're going to charge, for what the thing is worth value wise. And if people want a lower price option, you should remove features, right? So if you're doing like copper my and Timascus and crazy materials and all of that stuff, say, okay, I can make you, an equivalent product, but it's going to be in this steel and let's say micarta or G10, to meet your price point, rather than taking, the high end thing that takes incredible skill to manufacture and work, and experience, and then bringing that price down. It's better to remove features than it is to, reduce value.
Right.
That's what I was trying to say.
I watched a video today that was it made me wonder about videos that we talked about on other lives. I don't know if any of y'all saw it, but it made me come to the conclusion that I thought I knew, but I believe it's to be true now. Did y'all happen to see Metal Complex's latest video about the spine whack test? Is it a valid test?
Couldn't care less.
The Knife Guy 248.
Oh, TKG 248 is such a piece of human garbage. Like, I really hope he gets into a car accident someday. If he's the guy that I'm thinking.
No, I'm talking about this is Metal Complex's series, The Knife Guy.
Oh, okay.
So Metal Complex has been spine whacking knives lately.
How do you really feel, Sharif?
No, there was a guy that
you're thinking Tactical Center.
Am I? Maybe, yeah.
Tactical Center was the know-it-all because he Googled some things and wanted to create drama with everybody.
Yeah, that's the dude I was thinking of. That's the guy I hope gets into a car.
Tactical Camel. He's the guy that got me banned from my affiliate link place. I'm convinced. Yeah.
Llama.
Tactical Llama. I'm sorry.
Sharif's the camel.
All right, listen to the when I want you to hear the part that
the blade of a liner lock in the Ontario.
All right,
turn up the volume.
Only watch
around in circles there, right? But as far as what I'm going to be loud about on this channel, and then, the opinion that's actually going to reach right tens or ideally hundreds of thousands.
He's about to play. I'm the smartest motherfucker in the knife community, and y'all are idiots. And I'm gonna spine whack knives because I have 800,000 people following me, and I'm responsible for them using their knives properly. No, you're not. You're fucking arrogant.
People is that we absolutely must have a minimum standard for the locking system, because the locking system is what keeps the blade out and what keeps the user safe. Furthermore,
if I wanted to get advice on knives, that's the last place I would go, probably.
And Metal Complex is dumb enough to where he's cut himself twice from a spine whack.
Well, because he handled it like an idiot. You see how he holds it when he spine whacks it?
Well, no, not even spine. He said using the knife under normal circumstances, he's had it close on him and cut him twice.
Okay.
So here's the thing. The only person who ever made a really compelling argument to me about the spine whack test was Brian from Transparent Knives, where he said, listen, man, I've been walking around the workshop and I've had a knife and I've, swung my body around with a knife in my hand and it has hit, a cabinet or edge of a table unintentionally. And if it fails that basic situation, that puts me in danger. And I said, okay, fair. Right.
And if you put gas in your car and you're smoking a cigarette, that puts you in danger.
Yeah.
Don't hang into shit. I'm kidding. I hear.
So this is how true. But at the same time, like I'll admit something that a lot of people may not be aware of. Like I have ADD, and one of the side effects of ADD is I actually bump into stuff a fair amount of times, right? Without even intending to. It's just my brain is in so many different areas at the same time. So I can see how Brian would be in that situation because I'm in that situation enough times. Like, luckily, I haven't endangered myself, but, I can see how somebody, if you're just handling a knife and you smack it on something and the lock slips.
You just did what won't happen.
Terrifying.
I agree that one whack you should do to make sure it's going to hit you. When you hit it 3 times in your hand, can you think of a situation where Brian swings around and he hits his spine 3 times to rattle it loose?
No.
You hit it one time.
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
So Metal Complex is hitting it like several times. And with
Yeah.
the plunge lock, that shakes a plunge lock.
Yeah, yeah.
John,
it'll
you
it'll
don't
F
know-
up a plunge
You don't
lock.
know the what the force is going to be hit with. So doing it multiple times light could equal one harder. So to say that that test is invalid is unfair. But here, Sharif, here's how he was spine whacking. He was holding it like this and hitting it on the table with this with his hand in
the blade.
line.
And usually he wears a glove.
Who cares? Don't
No,
do
I
it
know.
that way.
Well, I agree, but my whole point is, Kyle, I think it is different than hitting it one time really hard because you're not rattling that lock mechanism. What makes a plunge lock, from what I've seen fail from the spine wax where I failed it, or a liner lock, is the second or third hit, you're vibrating it slowly out of lock. It's not like that one hard hit it's going to lock it up more, probably damage your lock space, if anything.
There's not a
I don't know.
There's not a scientific study
it's not the way
that's been proven.
Right. And Metal Complex just basically says, in my channel, I'm going to do it because I've got 800, and maybe he's right. I've got 800,000 people watching me. I get millions of views, and I've got to be, stand up for the knives that I'm putting my name on. I'm like, Metal Complex, you've got the Excalibur, and people have been talking about problems with that knife for fucking years. You're on your 4th generation.
I agree with him wanting to be cognizant and potentially protecting and testing his knife to let people know the safety of them. But again, what that opens him up to is liability.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is a complete no-no for someone in his specific stance.
Well, I hope he does it. I want to cut myself after watching this video and say I learned from Metal Complex not to do it that way. I'm kidding. No, it's his attitude to that whole video, because a lot of times you wonder how he's being sarcastic and trolly. You can tell on this video he's being preachy.
His attitude sucks. Period.
But a lot of times it's sarcastic, and I can get past it. It doesn't bother me because he's refuting to a lot of the commenters. And he does it here, but he sounds much more pretentious.
Can we just get over people white knighting for the knife industry? I'm a grown ass man. I don't need some dude with a YouTube channel or an Instagram page basically trying to save me from the evil corporations and all of this shit, And it's all just, in my opinion, virtue signaling for freaking views
and clickbaiting. It's clicks. Yes, absolutely.
I'm so tired of it. You're not gonna suddenly discover some great injustice that we all need to be warned of. And oh my God, this thing is we're not gonna find a SIG P320 in the knife community all of a sudden. You know what I mean? If you get the reference.
We've kind of sniffed out a lot of rats though in the meantime.
Have we though? Are there any really big rats anymore?
Well, the company that just went down this year.
Bark
Which
River
one?
just went down. Bark River.
Oh, yeah, that's...
You know what I mean? That's not like a...
No, that's a big deal. I'm not
They had
going
a huge fan following that still stand up for him in comment sections, and their owner came out and said, "I fucking lied and defrauded." They had to pull that statement down.
Sure. Going back to what you said about the white knighting thing, though, the other thing you need to get over is the fact that people assume because you have a large following that gives you credibility and respect.
That's true.
Someone who has 8,000 subs or even
1,000 could have more knowledge.
There are a multitude of people who have channels who I've forgotten more than they know about this shit. And they credibility because they're entertainers, or they claim that, this is the best thing in sliced bread, and they make money off of it. When they don't know, they're asking a hole in the ground.
When you get to be Metal Complex's size, you have a manager. When Metal Complex got demonetized, he had someone he could call. This is when he was at under 500,000 subscribers. Because I remember he went through that whole wham, why me video. I was just in the knife community. But he's got access to not only people at YouTube, he's pretty much insulated from anything he does. clicked across something on his channel, and when I went to that video, because this software that I use keeps updating, and I think it's probably wrong because I would think his channel makes a lot more than this monthly in ad revenue. What would you guess estimated Metal Complex monthly ad revenue is?
That doesn't account for a lot of stuff. That's AdSense.
No, that's just times. That's time. That's running time. That's view time.
John, but that's also basing off of
CPM,
assumed CPM, right?
This is
because like I told you before, the number one CPM right now in all of YouTube is long form golf content. They're making millions. I mean, talking big bucks. So
yeah, isn't Metal Complex like pulling down 6 figures from his YouTube channel?
Not according to this. Now yearly, according to this, it's 5.7 grand a month.
Okay,
with 2 million views a month.
But I bet he makes more in affiliates. Than
absolutely, absolutely. That's where the majority of it comes from. You're exactly right, Kyle.
That's a good, that's a good thing though. It keeps focus on the whole, the whole group
people,
of us.
People in this group act like someone who gets to 30,000 or 50,000 or 100,000 like they're gods. He's got what, 800,000 subs now or whatever he's got. I don't know. And he's literally the smallest fish in a big pond. That's nothing to YouTube. Yeah. If you don't have well over 1 million, you're a nobody to YouTube.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, and it's true.
And there's a content creator. I don't want to call him out, but he's a younger guy, and he's in the YouTube group, and his channel's blown up. I mean, it's not the guy y'all think who's getting a lot of views, but he's got over 100,000 subs, and his views are getting less than 100 views.
He's botted. He's not
that kind of guy. I don't think. I don't know if you can, because see, a lot of people, Metal Complex, what I was going to say, when you have a marketing company like that behind you, they convince you, if you're making 5,000 a month, let's say, on ad revenue, it's crazy for you not to reinvest $1,000 of that ad revenue to get more reach on your videos, to push them out more.
It's not buying subs, it's buying influence, and that's
exactly.
Yeah, they have the hype button now where you can hype stuff, and then they're also paying to promote that stuff. Yeah, it's silly to you're not buying subs, you're buying the potential to be in front of more people to subscribe.
See, that's something I won't cross that threshold. I will not buy
if it's a business. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's the same as spending money to go out and market and spending, your marketing budget on ads or whatever. I don't have a problem.
If you look at it like a business, from my standpoint, I look at it as a business. I come from a digital marketing background, and to me, slower organic growth is more powerful than paid growth. And not paid growth paying for subs, but paying for people to see your videos. I don't know why I feel that way. It just seems like, and they're cheap. Ads are cheap. You can get,
if you're in it for the long haul, yes, John. But if you're in it for, like, in this industry, you could be around for 3 to 5 years and then you're done. They could pull your channel anytime. So why not get your money as fast as you can?
Yeah,
I don't know the results of what it would do to it, right? It's just I haven't put much thought into it because it's not part of what I think of. But I know when I look at certain channels, because your video is graded in the first 45 minutes. That's why you want to release it when your viewers are online, and if they see it, more people will see it.
No, I mean, yeah. To me, like the reach of Metal Complex is, from my perspective, irrelevant, because the guy, like him or hate him, he is one of the only few YouTubers who's actually offering return on investment for me if I send him something for review, right?
Yeah.
Like
he's a good marketer.
Absolutely.
Yeah, his reviews get me guaranteed sales,
and he gives products away to his subscribers without making them get hung on a Christmas tree to get entered.
So, for me, like, he's not my cup of tea. I mean, to be truthful, I don't watch any knife content anymore, just because I'm so surrounded with it all the time as is that I need my time off mentally. But yeah, like there's a lot of people who are in the knife YouTube community who talk a big game but really offer very little, you know. And that's why I was making my comments on like the white knighting. But Bugsy did bring up a great point about Bark River, and I want to give him credit for that, because that is a very, very valid counter argument, you know.
I did a review that's coming out, and Maddie, I don't want to hurt his feelings, but my buddy A to Z EDC bought a Summit, a Hoback Summit, because he got it real cheap on Blade Binge. But it's
What's
the
real
one that
cheap?
cost $625, $270.
It's a little Kubi.
Right, but this is a Hoback. This is
No,
the
it's
one
Kubi.
right, but this one has PS. It has a psalm written in the titanium. You can't wash it off, and it's
You're
fucking
paying
live.
$275 for a Kubi though.
Right. But Kubi doesn't make that big knife yet. Jeff he knew what it was originally, $635, which is ridiculous, and he'd like the knife. And Jeff's he does stupid stuff with his money, but the bottom line is my video is showing the knife, but showing it as a big scam. And even the hypocrisy of putting not just your psalm in the box, but to print it with your name on a knife that you're having made overseas and telling
Kubi
people.
was the OEM though, John. So even
Correct.
the Hoback ones are still Kubis.
Correct. I know that they're Chinese made. I'm not saying that, but this one was sold originally for $635 as a Hoback, but it's absolutely a Kubi.
Right.
Without
That's
a
my
doubt.
point. You're still spending $275 on a Kubi made knife. That's
Right. And the reason he got it is because that big size isn't available through Kubi yet. The Sumo is, but they haven't even talked about making the Summit. I don't think it's sold as well, because that knife's too big, dude. It's big. It's bigger than my 4 Max Elite. It's longer.
Bob, back to your, so two things. Most, I would say 90% of reviewers are. I don't go in those places. I hang out places that are live streams. I don't watch knife content, but most people are doing it, are trying to sell stuff. And him being rich, I don't hold against him, because who cares? I don't touch another man's money. If he wants to make money off of it, that's fine. But
And he's worked hard and consistently, so I'll give him that.
yeah, I don't have a problem with him making money. But going back to what Sharif said earlier, I don't. So in position, if you're going to have a knife company and you're going to have something reviewed, you want to have it reviewed by someone who's going to move the needle, and that's very few people. That's him. That's potentially
Melissa Backwoods.
Yep.
Jared, I'll tell you who gets more reach, and I don't want to upset anybody, but reach is different than influence. Reach is reaching more people. And I have a feeling that Ray gets more reach than Metal Complex, because I know, but he has shorts going across all platforms. I know.
Yeah, but he's not getting the people that are buyers. That's
he's
the
getting
difference.
the TikTok sales. No, he's getting huge. He gets a lot of sales that aren't coming from your normal places.
He's also doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, and he's a liar about shit. He was promoting that knife, saying that it was a handmade knife in Dubai, to buy it for $600+ when you do your research and find out that no, it's a company who's based in Dubai. It's a Chinese knife, and it's not handmade, and he's trying to sell a $600 knife for a Chinese knife that's junk to all his subscribers, and he got called out and had to come back and make a apology story about it.
Well, and that's
he has zero integrity. He will sell you whatever he could.
And I think if you asked him, I think that's what he's always wanted to be, as a salesman, because he does it with his shoes too. And I don't agree with it. I'm just saying that his way of reaching people in terms of affiliate sales, and I don't know how much TikTok Shop pays, but they sell, and I'm sure a lot of it's fake stuff. But he has dialed in to where I can't get him all. I see him all over the place, not long form content, but I see his shorts everywhere.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to people who don't
That's a fact, fish bags.
know what they're talking about, first of all. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people with channels who have no clue, and they'll just literally read off spec sheets and read off the marketing and say this is, whatever. And their titles. Not everything that comes out can be the latest and greatest thing. But there haven't been that many advances.
Can I be honest with you guys? Like that's part of why for a lot of things, I keep my mouth shut, because there are people who are so much more knowledgeable than me. And the last thing that I want to do is be that dude, like I'll share an opinion, and an opinion can be wrong. And I'm happy to change my opinion when presented with information. You know what I mean? But to say things as absolute fact, like I shy away from that a lot, because I am the first to admit I don't know everything. There's a lot of stuff that I still am learning and understanding about steels. I'm learning and trying to understand more things about leather. I'm trying to always get better. And it's funny because I don't see a lot of people taking that approach. Like I feel like I would respect people more if they would just say, I don't know.
Sharif,
going into that point.
Sharif, when you get one day, read my channel subscription.
Okay.
And it says, I know nothing about knives, but I like knives. So all I can do is tell you how a knife makes me feel. But I can give you people to look at cut tests if that's important to you.
There you go.
I'm not, I learn every day from people like y'all, people in chat, people like Kyle. Yeah. And I don't retain it. So I can learn shit over and over and still not be any smarter.
You definitely don't retain it.
Yeah,
can I say something?
Yeah.
I don't know. Can you?
Wake up.
I do want to say this, since I've been collecting Hinder knives for the longest time, I get crap sometimes about why are you reviewing something that everybody's, people just say, oh, you do too much of Hinder stuff. Oh, you do this, you do that. I get that. I get what you are saying, with the knives and all, but it's I moved on from it because I'm doing something else for myself.
Tell them what you're doing, Brant.
Brant, do what makes you happy. First of all, first and foremost, do what makes you happy. And don't care what someone
right
says.
now, I've noticed from my channel, and don't take it personal. I see when I do a toy review, none of the people from the knife community comes in anymore. And I thought I pissed you guys off for the longest time because I was like, okay, maybe they don't want to see toys and even they want to see knives. And I'm like, for the longest time, I thought that. But I mean, it's just me.
Just checked in, dude, and we never thought that.
Brant, I don't know about a lot of the guys, but I can speak for myself. I don't watch knife content because it's boring and I get tired of it.
I'm not saying about knife content. I'm talking about I've been doing toy reviews lately.
So if it's not a live stream, I don't watch anything.
I understand that.
And the other thing, Brant, I only see your stuff on Instagram because since my algorithm is set up for knives, even though I've subscribed to you, I'm not seeing on YouTube your content. I see it when you share it on Instagram or a post or a short I might see.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's weird. Huh.
And it's only because I'm not considered an intender of vintage toys, right? So they're showing me outdoor stuff and they're suggesting me watch the stuff that I watch, my brain rot, more of that. They're trying to give me that kind of stuff.
Oh, the amount of brain rot that YouTube's serving up, man, and Instagram is
no, you're fine, Terry.
Never, ever click on a video that talks about Antarctica and why you can't fly over it. Because you will get so much shit.
Oh, that's
about
cool.
The different ice walls and where, it's crazy.
Don't get John down that track. But Sharif, going back to what you said earlier, I just had this conversation maybe 45 minutes ago with El Cap in the chat. I try not to speak on things that I don't have some knowledge on. I will give opinions on things, but not if I've not experienced it, not if I've not had any specific intrigued or gone down the rabbit hole of studying or looked into. And if I don't know something, I typically be like, to be fair, I don't know exactly, but here's my opinion on it. But if I'm going to tell you something as fact, then I'm going to have something to back it up with. And that's, I think, a good rule to try to follow is learn as much as you can, be knowledgeable, but don't be an expert on something unless you've actually had hands-on and studied something.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I don't know, that's, to me, a lot of the stuff within the knife community, in any niche community, because I went through this, for those of you guys who don't know, I used to have a business where I made drones for high-speed applications. I've mentioned it before, you know. And so, like, within that world, there was a lot of conjecture, discussion, opinions, whatever. A lot of it not backed up by science. A lot of it not backed up by experience, you know? So, you know, it's everywhere.
And there are a lot of little bubbles out there where people have their little knowledge bubbles that they think that they're protected by other people because they've got their little believer group.
Yeah, like, dude, I just had this conversation with, or not a conversation, I made a funny comment because Everburn posted a video of a robot arm sharpening his knife. And, you know, Jared Neves got in there and was like, oh man, you know, this is sacrilege. That thing will never get the human touch. And I make adjustments based on this, and this, you know.
Better than a CNC machine?
Feel. And I kind of like passive aggressively responded with, the same people who are complaining about hand feel and sharpening are promoting AI and knife design, which I thought was hilarious. And this goober who has no knife content at all on his Instagram page commented, he was like, oh yeah, but you know, all of the budget knives that are coming out of China are being designed by AI right now. And I'm like, no, they're not. Show me the receipts. And then he was responding with like, oh, why are you getting angry and defensive? I'm like, well, let's see. I've worked with Chinese factories for the last 15 years of my life, 7 years of which have been working and licensing with Chinese factories, right? I know pretty decently how the workflows are going on internally. They're not using AI that much to actually design a knife. You can get inspiration from it, but the blade to handle ratios, the function, the forms, the locking geometry, none of that is being currently done by AI. So it's not being used as much as people think.
Not by Chinese OEMs, but there are a lot of wannabe designers using AI because it'll get you so much more information than just the knife design. Then you can get it tweaked.
Here, Javon, it will generate a conceptual design that you then have to hand off to somebody.
Absolutely.
With design experience and engineering experience
to make it work.
Make it work, but it does not work straight out of the AI.
Absolutely not. And AI, it will never produce you something without deep editing that you even like, and then it still won't work without the person. But what was interesting, because we did it on a Friday Night Flicks just to see what it would do.
Yeah.
It drew a knife that we thought was okay, but then it said, do you want me to provide you with all this different stuff that I could then pass off to get it designed? It was just kind of weird how it developed it. Now, where's it coming from? Who knows? But it's slop. I'll tell y'all something that I do is I use Miguel EDC told me that he uses ChatGPT for his YouTube titles and his thumbnails.
Sure.
And he gave me a little script to put in there. And then there's another app that I can take my video and upload it to, and it transcribes it. So I'd get my transcription and I drop it in ChatGPT with this little script that says act as a YouTube strategist and come up with some 5 good titles and a 4 to 5 sentence description for this video. And it's done amazing things for my views. And I always A/B test. So I'll run one that I do and one that AI does. Yeah. And I'm about 30-70 where AI wins 70% of the time.
Yeah, but here's the thing, John. You got to stop doing the cringy videos or pictures of yourself that look 20 years younger.
They don't. Those were my pictures that I upload, dude. And one of them put weight on my face.
Those are not you. Those are AI generated.
It's a picture of me that is AI generated, but it's from a picture that looks just like exactly what I'm wearing. The last one made me pudgy, but usually they look pretty much just like me, except for my teeth look better.
They make you look 20 years younger.
Do they really?
Yes. And they're still cringy.
Well, they're cringy, but they're getting clicks. And it's the title's probably more than the thumbnail, but what it does is it optimizes your thumbnail.
You know what you got to do, Javon? You got to put up Kyle's face on there. AI generated Kyle face.
I'll show you a funny one that got a lot of views that had put somebody's random face on there. And I didn't know you could put your own face on there because I didn't know how people were doing that.
Here's what you can put on there.
No, but it's just it's a funny game, and if you're gonna, my thought is my videos kind of suck anyway. So if I can get people to watch them and they stay watching them, maybe I make more videos like that.
I get it. I appreciate AI. AI is entering into some of my workflows in different ways. It's the thing that I will say from my own experience is do be careful using it for more sophisticated tasks, because I have caught it hallucinating answers and it basically basically pulling stuff out of its own butt. And when I go back and I check it and I question it and I say, hey, where did you generate this from? It will full on admit, oh, I must have hallucinated that, or I had no basis for that. So you can't take
the memory got corrupt.
Yeah, you can't take what it says.
I edit everything.
Yeah.
I don't even trust it to write it like a human. I go in and I take it and I edit it. But Kyle, can you see that picture? Do I look young there?
You look like you've used Just for Men.
Really? Got gray hair.
Yeah, man. The faces. Here you go, El Cap. Oh, I can't see me.
But then some of them, the one had this random guy that it put on there that was better looking than me, and it got a shitload of clicks on a slip joint, which I don't get any views on a slip joint. But this one dude looked like some TV actor. Where is he? Where's that funky dude? Anyway, AI's worked for me, and it's made a huge difference in views. So I'll probably get my channel struck for using AI, but you can use it for stuff like this, allegedly. So does this one make me look young? I thought I looked pretty much old, but just like a little better. I mean, my hair's white there.
Yeah, to me, it just doesn't look like you. It looks like that's
an AI version of me.
Yeah. There you go, El Cap.
Yeah, exactly, El Cap. Oh no, like for generation, it definitely can. I have always found that just going controversial, period, as the title, always gets clicks.
Especially if it's negative.
Oh, always if it's negative. It's so crazy how much people respond to just outlandish statements or outlandish assertions that are negative. It immediately jumps your views like through the roof.
Because people want to go in and feel. They want to leave a comment. They want to, tell you how wrong you are.
Oh, yeah. No, like my biggest views on both my channels.
I hate M390.
Yeah, that one's at 11K views, and I don't even keep up with it anymore. And another one was over that in my, let me see. Oh, actually, no, the anti M390 video is now the official biggest video I've ever made.
Congratulations, dude.
Nah, I don't.
Now I look young there. I look young there, Kyle.
That's not you.
I know, but it put it on my thumbnail. And I didn't know I could change it, so I just ran with it.
That's so disgustingly cringy.
I didn't know
hate
what I was
it.
doing. That was the first one I did.
I don't care. I'm not saying about you. I'm saying about everybody who does that. I think it's disgusting.
It's cringe, but it's
Dude,
740 views on a slip joint.
You want to go like super cringy, Javon, and really get like the AI views or the AI whatchamacallit generation. Look at this guy here. I just shared my screen. This guy down here. That is purely AI generated. That's a broke ass knives like lead M390 die. I actually have stickers of that. And then I asked AI to generate a video of like an angry man holding his thumbs down, but make it like Mr. Beast style. And it generated that.
And that's killed for you.
11K views when my next highest video is 300. So
that's awesome.
I mean like
something appealed to people.
Well, it's the controversial assertion of like, let's kill off M390 and the bright, colorful, thing, and then the content is me just bagging on M390 as a steal and saying it's trash. So
it's been used too much. It's nothing special. I had that program, and all I've ever used for my thumbnails is Canva, which is kind of an AI design program.
Yeah.
But my brain and my eyes can't see the colors that pop. So all of my thumbnails, even though I've got access to every type of color contrast, I don't ever get a thumbnail to me that looks good. They look like a fifth grader did them.
I mean,
but I run them A/B testing just to see.
That is what tends to work with YouTube these days. like
true. And
junior
people take
high, color scheme. It appeals to people. It's bright. It's flashy. I mean, dude, you go through all of the YouTube like recommended stuff or like what's trending. All of them are bright, colorful, flashy sort of thumbnails like that. So it's the meta if you really get into YouTube,
Yeah, yeah. Damn, B Shady is on the Google search tonight.
Nice.
He's all over it. I think he's regurgitating just information he's stowed up like nuts in his squirrel's cheeks.
No, Terry was asking a question. I said, yeah, I don't think I've not actually messed with K329, but my understanding it is department. And he just came out with some data. So kudos.
Very nicely done. Hey, let me ask y'all something before we go. Have you ever heard of Emisphere flashlights? EMI.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're the parent or their sister company of Noctagon, which they're both good flashlights, but Anduril is a very difficult user interface to use. But I love their flashlights.
It's a bunch of clicks. This is the second one I bought. This was an 18 or the one that my vape sales use, and I've got a small one. I've gotten to use the menu because all I like to do is set my little LEDs, because I don't know if you can see that, but it stays lit up. The other one will show you a lot more, and it just turned off. Watch this.
Yeah, it's your auxiliaries.
Yeah, watch this.
Yeah.
And it flashes different colors. You know how much this light cost?
Like
$100.
$42. And I added the magnetic tail cap. If I was smart, I would have spent another $9 and gotten a tritium tail cap.
Is that the DSV2?
This is the DSV2, and this is the D3 AA that runs on a 14.5.
Is that that's the one I was showing you, Sharif?
Yeah,
the 14.500 one.
And this is
they just got those back in stock, by the way, Sharif.
I like the AA one.
This is a triple emitter, and this is a quad emitter. The next one I'm going to get is a single emitter because it throws more, but you can choose all kinds of stuff. It's at
Did you buy them?
What? Yeah, I bought them. I bought him.
Well-
Tate, the guy down at the knife store, turned me on to him.
I'll tell you where to buy them from now on.
Yeah, JL Hawaii.
JL Hawaii.
That's not where I've been buying them.
Jackson is a fantastic dude. He will answer any questions, whether how dumb or good a question it is. He will walk you through the process of ordering one. He will custom build you one, whatever you want. Jackson is the shit.
Yeah.
And that's not International Outdoor, right?
No.
No.
JL Hawaii.
JL
Oh, I
Hawaii
found it right
808.
here. I just found it. Let me share
Yeah,
it here.
his name is Jackson Lee.
He is an amazing dude, and literally like the most knowledgeable flashlight retailer out there.
But value for dollar and the customization of these things.
The
Dude.
only reason I don't like MSR is because I don't like side switches.
And they make
So-
tail caps now. That's the other thing that let me show you the single emitter that
So
has a tail
Jackson-
cap.
Javon, Jackson will custom make you whatever you want. You just talk with him and you tell him, oh, I want this. I want, these features. I need this. I need that. He will custom build you whatever you're looking for.
It's dope. I like the AA ones.
That's
How
not
much
it.
are
Hold
they?
on.
Yeah.
The
Dude,
double A will run on double A's, but it's not as bright. So
The 14500 is where you want it.
yeah.
what you want, right? And I found out on the small ones, you want a high discharge.
So if you like double A's, I highly also recommend these. This is the Lumen Top FW AA, and it is the smallest AA flashlight that I've ever seen with triple emitters, rear tail switch. It has a simple interface if you want it, where it's one click ramp up, ramp down, which is really convenient. Or if you really want to get into all of the Andro features, like you
Is
can.
that it? Is that made by Conan?
No, this is made by Lumentop.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, but
'Cause I know
these
Conan Knives makes those now. They make those flashlights now.
these are fantastic. I swear by these.
Yeah.
And MSR and Noctagon are the only other ones that I would consider.
The only thing with Lumentop is they had a little bit of
Terrible
QC issues for a while.
Terrible QC.
The good thing with like Noctagon and MSR, they're pretty rock solid. And like I said with Jackson, dude, he's very, very knowledgeable. He'll get you exactly what you want. And he's very responsive too. If you even hit that little chat button down at the bottom of his website, he'll get back to you within like an hour or two tops.
And the only reason I'm showing this here is because I didn't see it on Jackson's page.
He gets anything you can get from International. So International is the parent company of that's Hank. That's an overseas website. So
I got you.
That's the parent company for MSR and Noctagon. But that's the guy's, he goes by Hank, even though it's not his real name, but that's just his modding name.
Well, this little guy doesn't have the side button. It's just got the tail cap.
Yeah, that's a Noctagon. That's the other side. That's the other parent company. So Noctagon does rear switches. MSR does side switches.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay. That's why it was different. Because also he got, well, maybe this wasn't it. Because there was a place where you could choose the tritium insert, and it was like under $11. I was surprised.
Yeah. I mean, granted, we're splitting apples here, but for what you're paying, they are Chinese flashlights.
Yes,
they're not
absolutely.
But so are Olights, so are like everything else that people use that are, unless you're getting a custom flashlight or
Like
Surefire.
FocusWorks or
FocusWorks makes great flashlights. Jordy's a good dude at FocusWorks. Surefire, some Streamlights.
Here's my Olight.
Yeah.
I've got Olights, but I'm not a fan.
You know what I
Here.
don't care for? I like Olights. There's two things I don't care for. Everybody talks about the proprietary battery, whatever. I agree. My main issue that I don't like is I don't like their color temperature. They're too cool for my liking. I prefer like a 4000K.
I like daylight. I like 5600 to 6,000.
I like the bright.
You know, I agree with that. Sharif, I do because this is like 1,000 lumens
Yeah.
out of this whole thing, and it's like it heats up pretty good. This is titanium, but
Yeah.
it's like it just heats up way too much. And also with the whole UV light, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
this thing it's
I don't
pretty
like
cool.
That's why
I
I
don't like
wouldn't
OLED for a lot
recommend
of reasons,
titanium or brass. I got the aluminum because of the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, titanium's cool, but it actually gives out more heat than brass or aluminum. The here's my daily banger. This is an HLX Streamlight.
Ooh, that's a cool one.
On my, I've got Cloud Defensive. I've got another HLX long range. I've got quite a few different ones on Pews, but this is like this sounds stupid, but I've got daytime flashlights and I've got nighttime flashlights. This is a nighttime flashlight. And the reason why is because from nighttime, it's going to be used for a different reason. It's going to be for not so much a task light, but more of needs to punch through photonic barriers and actually light something up or blinding. If I'm going out in the daytime, it's going to be a task light. So I carry a little light. But
is that a double stack, Kyle?
No, 18650.
Okay, just single 18650.
It's a bigger dude.
Yeah,
they're sharing my screen with you real quick.
I got it.
Todd, I love my Rovivons. I like the operation of a Rovivon.
Oh, that's a cool one.
That is a cool one.
This is my next flashlight. So this is the MSR AA size, but you can see right here, right at the head, connected to the driver, is copper. And that helps massively because the body is titanium.
And it's beryllium copper, right?
I do not know, but sure.
I think they say it is. I think they talk about the quality of the copper.
Okay. Yeah.
It kind of acts like a heat sink, right?
That's the whole point of it, actually. Yeah. And so what's really awesome, this is, JL Hawaii's website. So you can spec, do you want stonewash tie? Do you want raw tie? And then the most important thing in all of this is, it's not coming up on the screen, but you literally, if you scroll through the emitter selection, I can literally just click here and then scroll through the list. And
like 30 of them.
No, way more, like easily 75 different emitter options, which is incredible. And then you can also customize the optical plate on top of that. So you can get something that's more focus beam. You can get something
more throw or more flood.
Yeah,
flooding.
Exactly. So you can talk with him and say, oh, okay, maybe I want a Nichia 4000K, and then I want whatever the 507 optic that gives me more of a spot, or the 508 that makes it more floody, or whatever. And you talk with him, and he'll walk you through all of it.
And build you whatever you want.
Yeah, and then, dude, you're getting a full tie setup for under $100.
Under $100 ship. That's huge.
Yeah, and it's coming from the U.S. It's coming from Hawaii. So
Kyle was talking about the complications of that menu, and I'll give a true confession. So I got home last night, and I put the battery in it, and I turned it off, and my lights went on party mode. Not bright, but they just kept flashing. And usually they go off after about 15 seconds. They wouldn't go off. So I looked at that fucking map.
Crazy chart.
Clicks, whatever. I don't know what, So then there's a YouTube video there. I watched it. That confused me. I watched the second YouTube video and learned how to go 7 clicks, release. And then it died. But the trick is, I read about it, it's designed to keep those lights, and you can set the temperature, how bright they are, but to keep it on your night table so that you can easily reach it. And allegedly, it doesn't drain much power at all to run those little
auxiliaries.
Yeah.
They on a 14500, they will drain in about 3 days.
Yeah. Yeah, see, check this out. Like,
Yeah, that's it.
That's your programming map for Android.
Yeah, it's insane.
Well, the funny thing is, the guy that turned me on to him, Tate, the little geek, he was like, look, this is how you can tell how much battery life you have in. I'm like, dude, you're counting fucking blinks. I would have a seizure. I'm not going to try to get it into a mode where I have to count blinks and do math.
Dude, like, let me just Bluetooth connect this shit to my phone, or like, let me plug it into USB and like, let me freaking program it once and be done with it.
Like the vapes did with the DNA chip.
Yeah, exactly.
Bob,
Let me
it's
go in
no,
there and set it
it's no
up.
different than getting custom knives. I mean, it's you get what you pay for. They're quality, and they're also customized to the way you want them, and they're very well made. So like you get into like the Hokus, like what's that Dawson
What's that
was it
brand
Dawson
of
Precision
real-
Works.
I think I'm with Baptism on this one.
You get McClickies, you get what's that other one? Yellow Knight, yellow something. The old Hankos. I mean, those are like 1,200 plus. So going back, I know he was being a smart ass, but the difference between and Candela is Candela pushes through photonic barriers. Lumens just light it up. So depending upon the situation that you're in, you want something to push through that so you can actually see what you're not just light something up.
Would a protonic barrier be like a forest? What is a protonic barrier?
No, like a street light or something like that.
Yeah.
If someone's on the other
ambient
side of,
ambient light,
I
fog.
got you, where you're shining through light.
Yeah, anything that you have to push through a windshield, anything you have to push light through. CWF is very good, Stevie.
Dude, did you see CWF is starting to make weapon lights now?
Really? I did not see that.
Dude. Yeah, he created a new Instagram page. I'm so happy he actually just followed me. But it's CWF_defensive. And I'm gonna hit him up because I would love to have a custom USA made flashlight by him. You know
what's like all sizes? You know, like TLR1, X300.
I know more Streamlight sizes, and it's more like G19 sized appropriate. Where
That's a TLR1 then.
Okay, and it sticks just past the barrel. So I would share pictures, but I don't want Javon's.
Right. The TLR7 is the subcompact. TLR1's the full size.
Oh no, it's in between the 1 and the 7 then. Because it doesn't stick out as far. Well, I'm thinking, hold on.
It's maybe half an inch long of the barrel.
Hold on. Let me go to my safe.
Because an X300 sticks out about 3/4 to a full inch past.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to bounce out of here, guys.
All right,
We're not
Bugsy.
far behind you, Bugsy. I love you, brother.
Later,
Glad you're
Bugs.
Later.
See you on the next one. Later, chat.
See you, brother.
Yeah, I would say it's a little shorter than a TLR1 on a G19.
Yeah.
Hey, Gary turned off his camera.
Yeah, that was been a while ago.
I didn't notice.
Yeah.
I watched a video the other day of this old dude, and he's like this close combat or close quarters pistol fighter. He trains techniques for like if somebody's all up in your shit. And he has this move, Kyle, you probably know about it if you're a firearms person, but where you grab your gun and then you take your backhand and hold it over the slide so it doesn't cycle. So you can stick the gun up against the person, fire off one shot. You don't eject a casing. You automatically jam your gun, but then you whack people with your gun. And you've already shot them once and you're not leaving brass at the scene. What do you think about that technique?
That's ignorant.
I would much rather.
It was
The-
like
to
the
me-
guy grabbed him. The guy grabbed him and he had to pull it from his waistband and he couldn't get his arm even out to point.
Right.
So,
So
instead
it,
of just having pop
the reason
off,
why he's holding it in the back is because potentially it won't cycle at all if that barrel gets pushed back So that's solely to get the first round off. The whole holding it to be able to collect the casing is stupid as shit. And
that's what one of the comments said. You're showing somebody how to get out of leaving a casing behind you. Like, no, that's not the point. The point is, once you get the distance, if you shoot somebody and then hit them a couple times with your pistol, you can probably step back and cycle your jam and finish off the job if you have to.
Yeah, but here's the thing: people don't realize when you're that up close and personal, one shot is not going to stop them.
No,
you have the only way to stop somebody with one is literally on the off button, which is right between the eyes.
Yeah,
that's the only way to stop someone with the first shot immediately.
Yeah, because it takes a while to bleed
that's
out.
The off switch. Yeah, there's
takes
no other way.
a surprising amount of time to bleed out.
If they're on top of you, that the one and then smack them does not. That's someone who's never actually done any hand-to-hand combat.
Man, if I'm that close and personal, I want full operation of that thing as much as possible, and I'm going to do what I can to be able to
15 in as quick as I can.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also creating distance with either my feet if I can, or if I can't get to that, that's why I'm carrying a backup little small fixie to create that distance to be able to drop correctly. Because more than likely, if you're that close, you're not going to be able to get a full master grip. Otherwise, you would never let yourself get that close to the person.
And I'm still under the impression that I would have a hard time letting somebody get that close because I'm such on a swivel, just because I operate kind of like a cat.
It can happen faster than you.
I know.
I was going to say, like, you'd be surprised how quickly somebody can close distance. Like, I've never been in an altercation in where it was like life or death, but there have been times where I've been like beefing with somebody or even play fighting with some of my friends, and they're on top of me before I even realized it, you know? And I generally, like, I'm less paranoid nowadays, but I was way more paranoid back then, and I was way more physically mobile back then, and people still to jump on me. Yeah. So it's like, you never know. If somebody really has ill intent, you kind of have to accept that they're going to be able to get into a position where they can threaten you properly.
That's true.
And going back to the conversation earlier, I'm the first one. I've not been in a position where I've had to draw and do something like that, but I have taken hand-to-hand combat classes as far as from gun instructors where like it's force on force where you're actually put in high stress situations and you have to, how do you get out of it? Draw, you're getting, you got helmets on, you're getting whacked, you're getting sim rounds shot at you. Like it's a whole different environment when you're actually put under that. And people don't realize what you'll do until you've been trying to actually do that.
I would think at some point, if you don't have the preparation, the adrenaline is not going to take you that far.
No.
Well, not only that, but people don't account for the adrenaline dump after that. You go through that, and that can put you in some serious funk.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely. No, it's I always operate from the opinion or perspective that if somebody really has the intent, just assume you're going to be in a disadvantaged position to start with, and you're already kind of in an advantage there because you've already assumed that you need to get yourself out of it. You know
Correct.
what I mean?
Good point.
Correct. You're always going to be in the defensive situation and responding. You're not going to be the attacker, the offensive.
Yeah, exactly. Like
there you go, Terry. Yeah. I mean, I have had some of those, but it's a matter of, being.
That sucks, dude.
What's that? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I will be the first to admit I've gotten my ass rocked. And yeah, I thought I was going to be the tough guy in the situation. I'm lucky I didn't come out with a broken nose. Luckily,
yeah, the element of surprise beats the tough guy anytime.
Yeah, 100%.
Bob,
So,
I'm glad that you said that, because that's one thing that a lot of people don't take in consideration. They skimp on, and I won't skimp on anything when it comes to that relation, because if that's what needs to be used, then it better be rock solid and the best of the best.
yeah, 100%. That's what, like, on all of my pews right now, I'm rocking X300s. And on my subcompacts, I rock, hold on, I gotta tell you the model number, TLR 6s. So,
gotcha.
Yeah, like
it's amazing though what people will skimp on just because it's an extra $60 cheaper. It's like, when it comes down to the end of the day, just wait a little bit, buy it, and if it's something that you're going to use or carry daily that potentially save you, then it's worth every single penny.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, it's
also, like, for anyone who does keep those, every year on your birthday, regardless, change out the battery.
Yeah.
You just do it on your birthday because you remember that date. Change out your batteries, and that way you never have to worry about. They should last you.
Are you talking about red dots or lights or both?
Both.
Yes. All
the I've heard, I guess, for in-houses, lights can be not a great thing because they make you a target, or is that myth?
It doesn't make
you need it.
If you need it,
on your philosophy and your situation, right? The people who are telling you like, oh, don't have a light for indoor, it's more from like either somebody who really has experience being a room clearer, or somebody who has no experience, right? Because like the person who genuinely has experience room clearing is going to practice putting the thing on and off really quickly, or using the momentaries for the situations that
find the target.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you also have to PID.
Yeah.
That's for someone who says you don't need a light. That's stupid, because you have to PID in order to be able to, before you can fire, even in your own house. Because what if it is, John, that randomly your daughter got upset with and came home in the middle of the night and wanted to come in, and she was rocking the door handle, and you weren't and you didn't turn on a light to see who it was, and just assumed it was a burglar. You have to PID. You have to positively identify someone before you pull the trigger.
That's fact. So I guess your light's got to be, or you got to have light in the house that gives you that visibility, or you're going to go down.
And it's way better to have all the lights off in your house and have a single point of light coming from you than,
because you're blinding that person in essence.
Yes, exactly. It is infinite. Like I am the biggest advocate of pew lights for that reason, like,
and see, I agree to a point, but it depends on what I'm carrying. Like, I actually like to have offhand to be able to work separately. But there's cause and effect of everything. So
sure.
I think that having a light is the most important part, and also having some sort of readily available nearby aid, whether it be tourniquet, some combat gauze, quick clot, basics.
Great point that a lot of people don't think of, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
So tell me this, when you say, are you saying always a pew mounted light, or a light that you can use in your other hand if you get trained that way? Is there an advantage one to the other?
I prefer the pew mounted, just because for me, I never trained in this technique,
Me neither.
And I don't think that this is an effective technique for maintaining stability in shot placement. Personally, it can be if you train, but without constant training
and muscle memory.
Yeah.
Like, also too, Sharif, then you've got a get off me as well too. You've got a secondary purpose of having this, or having this hand free to be able to manipulate. So
that's why I like the X300s, because the X300s stick out past the barrel, and I can use that as a punch tool as I'm operating this with one hand, and then now this is completely free, you know. So
But the only problem then is you've locked up that hand to be a punching weapon when it's a projectile weapon. And
well, no, the projectile. Let's say you're using it, and then you get a jam, right? Like worst case scenario, you get a jam. Now that you still have
nope, keep that down below.
Oh, yep, sorry, I didn't realize the camera angle, but there you go. You can still, you know, jam.
Right. I'm saying, but prior to a jam, that you don't want to have using that as a punching weapon. Because
no. If you're
taking that out of the fight at that point.
Yeah. If there's no jam, then I'm just going to be using it to poke holes in things.
But other thing that people don't account for too is thinking of that is when you do that, you're actually now you're pushing one-handed with that. And you're taking that out of the fight. There's a good opportunity for them to take that out of your grasp.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They got two hands versus one, and then the secondary part of that is if it is jammed and they know anything about firearms, they can take it out of hand and use it against you. So not letting them have any opportunity to get that from you is paramount.
Yeah, that for me, it's so funny, but it's so silly, you know. Like at the same time, like back in the day when I was a kid, I was really like into like samurais and ninjas, and I read like the samurai code or whatever it was. And one of the things that they always said was like, you don't draw your sword unless you intend to use it, right? But the way that transfers into the modern world is, yes, don't draw anything that you don't plan on using, but also that you're not okay with being used against you.
Right.
You know, because it is...
You're enacting that deadly force when you...
Yes, and you have to expect that once that enters the situation, that the other person is going to fight just as hard in order to get control of that to use against you.
And or have their own to begin with.
Yeah. So like generally avoid getting into a situation in the first place. If you can avoid it, try to resolve it with these before you know.
Yeah. De-escalation and invading is obviously the first step.
Yes, exactly. 100%. And more importantly than anything else, if you have no training, don't start to bring tools to the fight.
No. No.
Well, I mean, I don't care who you talk to. The actual true baddest dudes on the planet are going to tell you, whatever you do, avoid it. Because no matter what, someone's going to get hurt, and it can affect you not only physically, but mentally, and just avoid it at all costs.
And legally. Mentally, big time, but it can also... It could be a situation
in your life. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm more concerned about the physically and mentally than I am the legally.
I agree, because you can't ever take that action back.
Correct.
And you're always, I imagine, I know I would always play it back in my brain. Was it necessary? Now, if my daughter was with me, I would probably feel a lot more justified and not have that thought as much. But if it was just me, I would probably be like, did that have to go down that way?
Well, it shouldn't, because it shouldn't be the same. If it's a threat, it's a threat.
Yeah. But if it's a threat, it's a threat. It's different for me to have a threat against me versus somebody that it works that way though. It's not, I'm not saying it's logical. It's not.
I'm just saying if you're legally justified, you're legally justified. That's what it comes down to.
Correct. But I'm just saying people that kids get molested, wait in courtrooms for them to show up so they can kill them and then go to jail. So when you're a parent, things don't get as, I mean, I might be shoot before I would ever think about drawing. I mean, it's not sane behavior. And it doesn't mean I'm reckless. I think if you poll a lot of parents, it's just some kind of instinct thing that's not realistic, but you worry about your kids.
Yeah. And I don't have any that I know of. So I can't comprehend that, but I understand where you're coming from with that.
Yeah.
It's just about, for me, the thought of something happening to her and me not preventing it is much more potentially damaging than me having to think about somebody that was random, even if they didn't deserve it. I would have a shitty time either way, but I couldn't weigh those differences and take a chance on it going bad. But I wouldn't. That doesn't mean I'm gonna, something would have to be very triggering for me to even reach.
Right.
Yeah. It's so funny because I had this conversation with one of the kids in my car club the other day because he was dealing with harassment and all of this stuff. And he was asking me, he was like, oh, maybe I should get my CCW. What I tell people always is you shouldn't even own a pew pew ever if you think of it as a sword. You have to think of it as a shield. It is not something that you're going to go and slay dragons with. You're not going to go and attack people with. It's meant to be a defensive tool. If you don't have that,
absolutely, Steve.
If you don't have that programming in your head from the start, you are a bad candidate to own one to begin with.
I didn't know you'd already put that up. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's 100% correct, Stevie. And Terry, good point. But that's the thing is, don't start shit, but be the one to end it. That's the way to do it. I mean,
exactly.
Paul, I'm sure it's misplaced.
I want to see something cool.
Yep. Be quick because I'm about to go to bed. Oh, is that an arrowhead?
This was handmade by my friend that was in the Eagle Scouts.
So is that flint? Is that like arrowhead material?
Yeah, it's flint with the real like everything on it's real. I mean,
it looks like it's got a bobcat footprint on the bottom. How'd that
yeah,
get
it's got something on it. I don't know. I can't really tell.
I don't think that's a natural formation in the bone, but I could be wrong.
I think the whole thing is bone, but I think that's the logo in the bottom.
Yeah,
that'd be a very small bobcat.
Yeah, it would be a tiny bobcat.
That'd be a Javon-sized bobcat.
Talking about Javon-sized bobcats. I worked for a small town down in Red Bay, Alabama, doing installations for auto zones all around the country. We'd schedule the work. And that's when I'd go down there, I'd stay at this lady's, the owner. She had a little bay house, totally secluded, super cool. I was skateboarding every day at the time. And so I drove down there, had my boards in the trunk, parked, totally secluded, the bay's there. And I've got about a 400-yard walk from the gate where I turned into the property, because you can close the gate after you put in, till I got to the paved road where I could start pushing my skateboard. I'm carrying it. So I get to the road about 300 yards, turn right and start pushing. And I start noticing that I'm getting followed. And I keep looking over my left shoulder because there's woods on both sides. And about the third time I looked over, I see that little motherfucker peek behind a tree. I'm getting fucking chased by a bobcat. Not chased, but stalked. Ooh. And he was probably about twice the size of a house cat. I'm not a big guy. So I thought, okay, this is fucked up. I've got to turn around. And I've got to pass him, even though he's in the woods. And then I've got 300 yards where I don't have a skateboard. So I went down a little further to see if he'd follow me. And sure enough, he stayed about 50 yards behind me in the woods. I was on the street, and he'd walk a few feet and then look out, and he was behind me. So I turned around, went past him pretty quick, and he kind of jumped out at the street like he was about to make a move on me, which flipped me out. He's a little guy. I could have kicked at him, but it would have been painful. So I'm going back down. I've got about a quarter mile to where my road's going to end. And I've got to get off my skateboard and walk 300 yards back down this gravel road. And I look back behind me, and the motherfucker has closed to 10 feet. Now he's off the street, but he's not behind me further than 10 feet. And I'm about to step off my skateboard, which is, I know for a fact, 32 inches long. So I'm holding that motherfucker by the trucks, and it's now my defensive tool. It is my shield and my sword. And I don't think that bobcat wanted anything to do with me except just to check me out, because he followed me all the way back.
If it wanted you, John, it would have taken you down in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
You had no shot.
But it was little, so it might have thought since I was on two legs, maybe it was a little intimidated, and it was waiting for me to show a moment of weakness, which I didn't do because I've got nerves of steel. But I was terrified.
It could have had some
rabies.
Children nearby, and it was more like making sure that you were going to stay far away. Because I've heard cats, like predatory cats, do that. They'll like follow you until you are an acceptable distance away from where their children are, and then once you're out of whatever perimeter they define, then they'll just abandon
Back off
you. Keep
and go
going.
back to take care of their babies. I know y'all saw the video with Cougar Kyle. From
Yeah.
Lee. What a wonderful, scary experience that was. I think he handled it great.
He did, but that was terrifying the whole time.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Dude.
From the point where he's like, oh my God, kittens. And he's like, and you could just tell it turned when that big cat stepped around that tree.
First of all, when he saw the kittens, it should have been like, I'm getting the F out of here, because that is a no-no.
Yeah, they're not
Like,
gonna be alone.
I'm going to run into something horrible. I need to book it.
Dude, I had the pleasure of talking to him like right after that like went super mega viral at Blade Show, and he was just like, dude, that was the scariest experience of his entire life.
And for some reason, he didn't have his gun, right? Because I talked to him that same Blade Show. He left in the truck or something, and he usually always carries something.
Yep.
Yeah, when you're out in that kind of position, that's kind of silly to not be prepared.
I think that's a situation of taking it for granted because he did it so much. That's kind of his thing, that trail, that outdoor. I would be more careful of that. But I mean, the way he backed up saying, you're a big kitty cat. And when that cat would come at him and throw that gravel, like, it was just, the power was just insane.
Well, you don't realize the size of their paws. When you saw the one following Kyle, like that will absolutely mess you up. So Terry, the bears are no joke, but I mean, a bobcat is more agile and will definitely create some bad problems for you if it wants to.
Well, I heard this from Joe Rogan, and I don't know how true it is, but it makes sense to me. If I had to choose which way to go between a cat and a bear, you want the cat to kill you because the cat's going to grab your neck and you're done. Where the bear allegedly just starts eating you where it
from your
and it's not going for the kill; it's just going for the consumption.
Yep. Yeah, you do not want
to like that guy. You know, y'all have heard about that movie, The Bear Man, where he goes out and lives with the bears.
Oh,
that's like Steve Irwin asking for that shit.
That's ignorant.
That was pretty scary, and I've seen that movie. That was woof.
Dude,
it's the same.
Is the fear snake, the most venomous snake in the world. One bite from him, and it's all over. No worries, mate. Luckily, we've had the anti-venom sent from America via FedEx. In my line of work, if you're not absolutely sure, you're absolutely dead. Oh, crikey. It appears we've used a different courier who hasn't arrived yet. It's okay because...
Damn it, John.
Rest in peace, Steve Irwin, man. That is awesome.
That reminds me of those guys that used to go out and like befriend like hippos and lions and stuff in Africa and you know, or Serengeti. It's like, that may be cool for like a little while until they decide that they don't want it to be that way, and then it's over.
Tables are turned. I mean, that didn't the gorilla lady who like had language with them, didn't she get killed by the same gorillas? She got killed by poachers.
Well, there was a movie called Primate. Which I've heard it's really like oof.
Well,
what's the chick's name who was the big on learning about apes and all that kind of stuff? She got destroyed eventually.
Yeah, but Kyle, you're thinking about the same lady I am because she was gray-headed when it happened. But wasn't it poachers that killed her, not the gorillas?
I don't believe so.
You could be right.
I could be wrong too. I'm not 100% sure, but I know that in most cases the animals eventually turn.
I'll tell you something fascinating, and I saw this, and I believe it's true. I have to Google it. Cheetahs, you know, the fastest cats, they will walk up to humans on the Serengeti, and they don't look at them as prey. They don't look at them as a threat. They'll walk up, and people will pet them. They're the only big cat that is not afraid or aggressive towards humans, which surprised me.
They tend to be more even-tempered, But what I was going to say was two things. One, a lot of people don't understand the reason why animals pound for pound are so much more powerful than humans is they don't have to worry about fine motor control, right? We dedicate a lot of our muscular structure to fine motor control that animals have no concern about. So their entire muscular system is built for muscle and power. That's why chimpanzees can literally like scalp you,
Yeah, the rip
and
your
they're
face off.
small.
But what about the
you know?
big cats and the little cats that are
Same
really
thing.
funny? Really?
Yeah, same thing. They don't think about it, John. Think about how much control it takes and how many muscles are dedicated to just you doing what I'm doing right now, right? Cat doesn't have to worry about that. Cat literally just worries about deploying claws or retracting claws. That's it, you know? So just in our hands alone, we have so many muscles dedicated to fine motor
Thank you,
control
Cliff.
that like our muscle mass versus power is significantly less than any animals, you know? And then the second thing I was going to mention is, and I've said this before on other live streams, but I've had encounters with bear cubs. I've gotten smacked in the middle of the night by bear cubs. It was painful and it was strong. It was like getting punched by like a
What were
very
you
strong
doing to get
form.
punched by? Did you try to put your finger in its poopy hole or something?
No. What happened was I was on a canoeing and portaging trip through the boundary waters of Michigan and Canada and all of that stuff. And we were in the middle of the woods, like literally 25 miles away from any other human beings. And my stupid friend who I was sharing my tent with had a sweet tooth, and he left the wrappers on my side of the tent.
Oh.
So I woke up in the middle of the night to, a bear who had smelled it, a little cub, and had come into our camp searching for it. And he woke me up by nuzzling and pushing me with his nose. And then when I was like, what the hell? And kind of pushed back in my like half awake state, he literally took his paw and went, well, bam, like that to me on my side.
Yeah.
And then I realized, I was like, holy shit, there's a bear out there.
I'm getting attacked by a bear.
So I had one of those old big like camera flashes back in the day. And I slowly opened up my tent, went outside. I saw that it was like a small cub, probably the size of like 150-pound dog, 160-pound dog. And I was just, boom, flashed it right in the face. And it went, Rrr. And then I waited for it to cycle. I flashed it again, and I started to shout to the whole camp. I said, bear, bear, bear. Everybody came out with pots and pans. And I continued to flash it as it ran away. And it was 3 cubs and the mother bear. And then I think the father was like maybe another 50 yards away.
That's terrifying.
You're lucky they didn't come back.
Yeah.
Oh, so lucky. So lucky.
I've actually been like from me to my monitor from a baby bear. I told this story before, I think, John, but
I haven't heard it.
I was with there's 2 parts to it. So I was with my uncle I used to go hunting with when I was younger. And he lives out in the country. And we went over to one of his, I don't want to call him a friend, but someone acquaintance. And we went to go check out some stuff over at his farm. And he took us into this like maybe 12 by 15 shed, like a little barn thing he got. And we opened it, went in there, and this guy used to collect exotic animals. And he had a little baby bear that was maybe 80 pounds, 100 pounds. Like it looked like a little toddler sitting there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was playful. It would want to run up and jump on your leg and smack at you. And I was like 14 at the time, probably. Dude, that thing would absolutely mess you up. Like you could feel the power in that thing. It was just a little baby. The other time I went over there, we went in there and walk in and he's like, got something to show you guys, and walk in and shut the door and don't see anything. Well, about 4 foot up off of the ground or all around the perimeter was a shelf that ran around it because it was a concrete building. So there was a shelf on top of the concrete, right? We turn around and behind us by the door, standing on the shelf, he had a Black Panther sitting in there.
Woo! Holy shit, a baby or a full grown one?
Like middle, like it was, I mean, it was probably 3 to 4 feet tall off the ground.
Was it all domesticated?
Yeah, to a point, but like when you're staring eye to eye at one of those things, it's like looking into the eyes of a freaking raptor. Like it.
Oh, are they bright yellow?
Yeah, the eyes are just scary, and jet black. So it's like just crazy.
But a majestic animal. I think that's probably.
Freaking stunning, but not when you want to be in a room with one. That is for sure.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, take a look at that, Javon. Yeah, that little guy.
How old is he? Like 3-4 months, or is he older?
I don't know. I knew the age. I don't remember now because it's been so many years.
Look at the paws on that son of a bitch.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. This little dude, I could not make him do anything that he didn't want to do. And look at the size of me compared to him, but he could have, and he had his claws. If he wanted to mess my world up, he absolutely could. And just being that small.
Talk about, they don't have to be a wildcat. The guy I work for, this is karma, but the guy I always talk about down at the knife store, when I first worked there, I said something about my cat. He goes, well, I hope this isn't going to hurt your feelings. I hate cats. I was like, well, I hate to hear that. Why? He goes, well, I used to live in these apartments, and I come home and there'd be this cat that was hanging out in my parking lot. I was like, yeah. And he goes, one day I come home from the grocery store, I walk in, and that damn cat comes in and just lays down on my floor. And I knew where the story was going. I was like, and? He goes, well, I went to pick the son of a bitch up. He's just laying on his back. And I was like, ugh. He was in the hospital for 9 days, had to do intravenous antibodies because he got bitten deep enough to hit the bone in a couple of places. But I was like, John, you never pick up a cat on its back. That's just feline 101.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Little cats can tear you up. There's a lot of videos online of cats going nuts. One of my favorites, that animal control officer from like the 80s who's doing the adoption. It's like on a news channel where they have the animal control guy saying, now we got this wonderful cat.
Oh, yeah, that one.
You know that one that goes around and gets tangled on his leg and bites him in the groin?
Yep.
I don't like your boss, John, but I agree with this. I can't stand cats either.
And a lot of people don't. I get it. It's a love-hate thing. There are very few people that are just warm about cats. They can take them or leave them. And I see both sides of it. Cats are killers. A lot of people don't like their animals around their houses hunted. Some people think cats, because cats aren't like dogs. Dogs, which I've always had both, lived in harmony. But a dog will give you unconditional love no matter what. They're just loyal.
Yeah, cats are assholes.
Cats are just there because it's convenient. And they think that cats domesticated themselves because humans were so messy that they started to follow humans around because the rats followed humans around. And then something happened in Egypt with them making them more like gods. I don't know what that was.
Okay. The Egyptians.
Yeah, the Egyptians treated cats at the highest regard. They were like spiritual beings.
The thing is, for me, I love all animals. There's really like none that I have encountered thus far that I don't have some sort of appreciation for. Like, I have a cat named Francisco that adopted me. He's like a neighborhood cat, and I feed him 2-3 times a day, actually, because out of nowhere, he just came up to me and started giving me affection. He literally never saw me before, ever.
He just chose you.
Yeah, I was just taking out the trash, and he came up to me and he literally got up on his hind legs and like pushed his head and his body into me to give me some affection and love.
And that's very rare, Sharif, because cats choose people very carefully because they have to be so much more in their survival skills. They always have to be on guard. So, like, if a cat sleeps in your lap, that's like the ultimate comfort and trust because that's their most vulnerable position. That's why they usually like to sleep up somewhere high.
Yeah.
But every cat that I've ever owned, I don't see owning them. They just live with me for a while. They've chosen us. They've wandered up and like this Puck, the one that Kyle's probably right. I shouldn't let him come back. He just comes by to eat and then he'll hang out. Every now and then he'll take a nap on me, but he'll hiss and want to get the fuck out after he eats.
Yeah.
I respect that, Sharif. Like I in principle, I like a lot of animals. Cats are not one of them, but I don't see any purpose in a lot of animals outside of like for domestication outside of dogs. Like
well, cats, you got to think of if you're a farmer, rodent control is huge.
Right. But that's not at that point on a farm, they're not typically pets, they're outside cats. They're literally just
right. But
they're there because they want to be there.
If you lived in an old house, cats are micers too. I mean, Shane will tell you, Tippy brings me, if it was a mouse, she brings me mice too from outside, but chipmunks and shit. I mean, that's what they do. They catch stuff. And what's weird about it is they don't eat it. They bring it and leave it like for me to eat. It's like they're bringing it back and presenting it to me.
Yeah. I love that. Like I had 2 cats when I was growing up in in an apartment in downtown Detroit. And my cats used to go out onto the balcony. We were only like 4 stories up, but they would catch pigeons and kill them and then leave them in my bedroom as gifts and as like food for me.
It's appreciation. It's showing appreciation for, and also there's a thought that cats think we're too dumb to hunt for ourselves.
Probably that too.
Like, I want to keep you alive to feed me.
Well, think about elephants, man. Elephants think humans are weak little creatures that need their protection and support, So it's probably very similar with a predator, So I don't know. Like for me, I've been treated well by every type of animal. So I got nothing but love. But if I want companionship, I tend to lean towards dogs personally.
All right. Can we all agree on something though? Having a bird is effing stupid.
I would think if you could get a cool bird, which I don't know if there's such exists, but like a parrot maybe. I had a roommate who had lovebirds. It was fucking hell. It was like living with an alarm clock that just went off randomly.
They're so noisy.
And there's no method to the madness, and the squeal is horrible. And you can't cuddle with them. You can't do shit.
They're just chaos, dude. Like
but the ones that like parrots and some of the ones, the cockatoos, the ones that talk, those are just even worse nightmares. I knew someone that had one, and the way they trained it was poor. Look at that. And so this bird had basically Tourette's, and it at the most inopportune times, and it also would recognize the dog's name, and it would like tell a dog to go do stuff and like get the dog in trouble. It was funny. It was funny, but it was annoying as shit. So like they'd come home or they'd catch it and it'd be like tell the dog like go pee, and the dog would like pee. Like it thought it was like okay, like it was because it would mock and imitate the voice.
Right. Yeah. What is her? I think that's awesome. That birds could cuddle. You're right. I raised a lot of baby robins. I just never got very attached. I did get attached to a few squirrels I raised, but they pee everywhere. Squirrels are nasty little animals.
Dude, that's another thing, right? Like rodents. Like I wanted ferrets when I was a kid for so long. And then when I got to college, a buddy of mine had a thing with a girl. And when she was moving apartments, he watched her ferrets for a week. Holy crap, did they smell and poop everywhere. And again, were just chaos incarnates. you know?
Wild. They're like, I mean, they're
Yeah.
like ping pong balls. And they're not like cats. They knock shit over, don't they? Like crazy.
Oh, dude, they
Like a
don't
bull in a china
care.
cabinet.
Yes, exactly. Like I
Another
appreciate
dumb one. Goldfish.
they're the most innocuous. They're just there for looks.
Now I'll tell you, goldfish, I don't
And for a
get as
short
much,
period of time, too.
Yeah.
but I had all through college, and I never lost. I lost a few, but when I left college, I sold them back to the pet store. I had a 55-gallon tank with African cichlids, plecostomus, and some other African type fish that looked like brim, for lack of a better terms. And they were cool. I mean, they were like living art that you didn't have to do a lot with. I also had snakes, 2 corn snakes. I had a leopard gecko, not all at the same time, a black Asian scorpion, which is an interesting college pet. That's the one that glows under a black light.
Yeah.
And you just give it a few crickets and it eats the crickets.
Yeah, I appreciate. I actually really have always liked reptiles. I would never keep one as a pet personally, and definitely no insects. Like I appreciate scorpions, I appreciate tarantulas, I appreciate all of them. I just not for me to maintain. You know,
I developed that, and I totally get it. For me, like my biggest fear is a spider, brown recluses specifically. Like I'll take a rattlesnake over a brown recluse any day, any day.
Yeah.
Just because I can't see the brown recluse, and by the time I know it bit me, I'm rotting the size of a golf ball out of my ass or wherever it bit me. So I'm not up for that. But snakes, I've heard, especially people that get like what are they called? Boa constrictors and different constrictors. And this one lady was on some, I forget what podcast it was, but she lets her, and it was an animal podcast because I watch weird stuff, and she talks about her snake likes to sleep in bed with her, but she was worried about it. Yes, but she was worried about it because it had lost its appetite and it wasn't eating. And the guy that is like the animal guy says, "Tell me more about the snake," and found out it was a certain type of boa, but they get really big. And this one was a good sized snake, but it wouldn't eat. And the guy told her, "I've got some bad news for you."
It's like, what? On eating you.
It's finding out, it's gauging your weight to find out what it has to be to consume you.
Yeah. 100%.
That's a reptile brain. I mean,
that's the thing, right? Because like I looked into doing falconry at one point in my life, and back when I was a kid, I was super into like snakes, reptiles, iguanas, like you name it, right? The one thing that they both, birds of prey and reptiles, have is that reptile brain, right? They will never develop affection for you. They will never develop any appreciation for you. They tolerate you because it is a mutually beneficial situation. The second that they can get the upper hand on you, they absolutely will take it, you know?
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's their only conditioning. That's all they know. What's up, Master Joda?
Did you see Craig's comment I had up there?
I did. Where'd it go? Because I took it down too quick. Where'd it go?
What up, Joe? Yeah, man. And I've had
it's right here.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
See, and then what I researched, because I used to we had black widows, and I'm not nearly as scared of them. I kept one in a mayonnaise jar with a couple of sticks and watched it make webs. Because I don't know if y'all know this, but they used to make reticles for rifles out of black widow webs because it's one of the strongest materials on earth. I think they've even done some bulletproof stuff with it. Wow. But it was amazing what it could do spinning webs. And a black widow has a different kind of poison altogether. It's like a terrible wasp thing that hurts like hell, but it doesn't necrose your meat where it makes you rot till it stops rotting.
It's not like a brown recluse for sure.
Right. And we have more brown recluses, the name kind of giving it away. They're sneaky bastards.
Dude, I've gotten I got a variant of Rocky Mountain spotted fever from spiders when I first moved to Pasadena. My
Oh, damn.
apartment, yeah, my apartment at the time had you have the whatchamacallit, the mesh like over your windows, right? So you can open your windows, but like nothing comes
Yeah,
in.
no bugs can fly in.
Yeah, mine had holes in it, and apparently I don't know what kind of spiders came in, but they used to bite me in my sleep, and I'd wake up with like bite marks on my arm and stuff like that. None of them ever flared up, and then one day I was just like chilling, and then all of a sudden my body temperature like dropped dramatically, and I couldn't stop shivering. Like it was completely uncontrollable. Getting into a hot shower didn't work. Bundling up didn't work. The only thing that ended up working was sitting in my car with the heater on blast
Oh,
until the
God.
shivering stopped. And then when that happened, I'd have to turn it back down to like full AC because I was like super heated, with my body.
You couldn't
And
regulate the temperature. Yeah.
yeah, and then finally, my doctor back in Michigan at the time figured it out. He actually published a paper on me because like it was such a unique thing that like if you grew up in California, you were probably exposed to it as a child, so you develop like antibodies to it. But if you were a transplant, like you would never have gotten exposed to it. And it wasn't Rocky
Oh.
Mountain spotted fever, but it was like a variant. It was like a subversion of it.
Similar symptoms, but just
Yeah, I never developed like the spots or any of that kind of stuff. But yeah, that went on for like a solid year. And finally, once I got out of that apartment, I never had it ever again. So it was pretty horrible. But
that sounds terrible.
yeah, it would just take me out for the day, and then when if you guys have ever had uncontrollable shivering before, it takes a lot out of you physically because
Well,
your
your
body's
muscles are constricting the whole time. It's like
yes,
you're doing a major workout.
yeah. It's the closest thing I've ever had to having seizures. Your just body is just the whole time. It's crazy.
How long did you go undiagnosed where you had no idea what the fuck was going on?
Like 6 to 8 months.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And would it like happen daily, weekly,
Uh,
constantly?
it was very inconsistent, and I never figured out what would trigger it. Because, like, it would be one of those things where I would be totally fine. I'd be like, everything, the day would be going great. I would be on my way to, let's say, go to a conference, and I was supposed to volunteer at this conference. In the parking lot before I got out to go and like check in with my superiors, it would just set in, and I would be locked in my car in the parking lot trying to deal with it.
Damn, dude.
Yeah,
Fuck.
it was rough.
I don't wish that on anybody. That's horrible.
Yeah, but even to this day, though, I still don't have a problem with spiders. I've just had some weird. Did you know that red black widows exist? They're like called
Yeah.
red widows.
Red widows, but are they more or less poisonous?
I don't know. The only thing that I know is I saw one in Michigan, and they're supposed to not be anywhere else in the world other than like Africa or something like that. So it was a weird thing for me to actually see. And when I say this thing,
Rare, highly venomous, exclusive. This is, let me see if this is it. Florida and other eastern.
yeah,
Let's go to images.
it was definitely not supposed to be in Michigan. That's what I remember. Yeah, and it
Yeah,
was
Florida
that
is what they
exact,
say.
that exact color. It was wild.
They're just creepy looking, aren't they? Their little bodies. It's just
Yeah.
so many things so fucked up about them.
The funny thing is, in Southern California, there are a lot of black widows in a lot of places, so I kind of got used to seeing them, and they stopped kind of freaking me out.
Well, you know where to look and you can see them, right? They're not hiding in your clothes that were been folded up for a season.
Right. Right.
Yeah, the reason that I got so scared, I had a buddy. He was a buddy of my best buddy in Jackson, Tennessee, and I lived with him for a while. And this guy was probably 4 years older than us. And when he was like 16, he went duck hunting and had a black widow or a brown recluse in his wader. Didn't know it got bit kind of on the right side of his ass cheek, and he thought it was a mosquito bite. Didn't treat it. It necrosed. They found out what it was, and by the time he stopped it, this was probably 15 years before I saw him. He had a perfectly healed divot in his fucking ass that you could stick a golf ball in.
Ooh.
There you go, Bob. That's my little guy.
Oh,
What up, puppy?
that is a loyal looking loafer right there.
Yes. He's so handsome.
He's very handsome. Is it he or she?
He.
He deserves all the treats for being the goodest boy ever.
Definitely.
The
Word up. Word up. Animals rock. I mean, like well, that's a Widespread Panic song. Y'all wouldn't know the quote, but there's a song called C Brown about Charlie Brown, and one of the lines is, in his heart he knows that a dog is as good as any man. Talking
There
about
you go.
Charlie Brown. Read
there's that vicious little turd in his spaceship.
Yeah, little.
Oh,
So cute.
he is cute, dude. How long have you had him? Since he was a baby?
Got him. We rescued him at he was like 10 months old, and he just turned 9.
Nice. Very nice.
This was where is my baby girl? I love this photo of her just because I think it's hilarious. Here it is.
He looks a little squirreled out there. Is that a real picture?
Yeah, that I woke her up and she just she just looked at me and like, what are you doing?
That's some serious side eye.
She used to give side eye like crazy, dude. Like always, she always like super communicative eyes, you know.
I love that about dogs. Dogs look deep into your soul.
Oh yeah, this was my girl. Unfortunately, she passed, but she was my baby. She was a rescue as well.
Oh my Ben.
I was looking for. Go ahead, buddy. No, I'm sorry.
I've had 3 rescues. Both of my girls passed within like 10 months of each other, and then waited until about 6 months, and then we got Ryder, the most recent one. The other one was a pity, but she was freaking crackhead. She was psycho. And then, the other one I had was a lab Australian Shepherd mix. That was one of the sweetest dogs. But the one I got now, Ryder, he's the biggest baby. He's a 70-pound lap dog, and all he wants to do is literally be touching you or curled up with you 24/7. And I wouldn't say, because he doesn't have like separation anxiety, because he goes in his crate fine if we have to leave or whatever, but he loves people, and he wants, like I was saying earlier, he protects him, he'll go absolute ape shit at the Amazon driver. But if the Amazon driver was allowed in the house and was trusted enough by us to be in the house, all he'd want to do is get butt scratches and pets and give them kisses. And they're protective of their owners, and they have a high pain tolerance, and they get raised by people who don't know how to raise them. And
It's
them.
funny you say that because I used to have a Cocker Spaniel who literally behaved the exact same way. You know, the mailman would come and he would rip the we have one of those little portals in the door that you feed the mail through. He would attack it like, oh my God, like it owed him money, dude.
That was my girl when we first got her.
That's so cute.
Oh, look how little.
That was like
cute.
Maybe 20 pounds at that point. She was probably 4 months old.
Look at her bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. That's so awesome. But yeah, like, dude, our Cocker Spaniel behaved exactly the same way. So it's like, I think it's more, people forget that animals have the same range of personalities that humans do. So you can get two dogs, exact same breed, will completely behave differently from one another. You cannot expect them to even be remotely close, you know? So
yeah, that is 100% true too, Josh. So
yeah,
nervous energy feeds off and makes them nervous. The more calm and confident you're around them, the more relaxed they will be.
Yep.
But yeah, they definitely get sketched out by people who don't like them.
You know who that dude is?
Some AI generated young version of you.
That's a young version of me. I was trying to find Ashley. The dog. That's my dog that passed away on the left. She passed away at Blade Show 2 years ago, but she was 16. She's a sweetheart, and she raised my cat Tippy that still lives with me. That's my kid.
Oh,
yeah, she's awesome. But Tippy, the thing that was weird, Tippy, the black cat that Shane knows, my ex-wife rescued from the car lot, and she was feral. That's her right there. When she was a baby. And Ashley, who always slept with us, quit sleeping with us and started sleeping in the kitchen by the laundry room door. And what she was doing is they built a bond that when we let Tippy come out with the rest of the animals, Ashley treated her like a baby. So till the very end, and Tippy was here with her when she passed away, but till the very end, they were like BFS. Look at that.
Yeah.
She was such a good girl.
So cute.
I mean, she wouldn't bite no matter what. But yeah, you gotta love animals.
Oh yeah.
Unless they bite you or you try to pick them up.
Well, I mean, the majority of the time, if you were, and they're not playing, there's a difference between biting, playing, like nibbling, and like if you actually get bit, majority of the time it's because you're fucking with them. Like
that's a fact.
There are some,
or they're hurt, or they're in pain. Like when you're getting older, sometimes they'll bite and nip because they're in pain. They don't have a way to tell you.
Right.
Or they are been taught to do that because they're horrible.
No, Paul, she's kicking it. Ashley, her the German Shepherd is the one that passed away a couple of years ago. Tippy's still kicking it.
So
she's outside with Puck.
I've had two experiences with particularly aggressive dogs. One was my friend's family used to have a cabin in southwestern Michigan, and the neighbors had an Akita that literally, I don't know what the deal was with the dog, but didn't matter who you were, how you approached it, whatever. You would pet its head once and it would turn and snap to try and bite you. My guess is it had some bad behavior or it was taught incorrectly, and he had crappy owners that never figured out how to correct the behavior.
Akitas are also aggressive breed, especially if they're not trained at an early age.
Yes. The other one is we had a black lab and I can't remember what else mix, but if you were not blood related to us, and he could smell it on you, if you were not blood related, he was instantly aggressive and protective of us against other people. You know, the reason why I know that he could smell like the blood relation is because my grandparents visited from Egypt. He had never met them before, ever. The second that he sniffed them, he immediately fell in love with them. Right?
So we sense the relation or the
Yes.
connection.
Yes. I truly believe that for whatever reason, humans to animals, they can smell the familial genetic similarities. I'm 100% confident of that.
They can also sense demeanor in how you're reacting to that person. Like, if I'm out there talking and I get into an argument with someone, my dog is going to be at my side, growling, barking at whoever I'm arguing with because
oh yeah,
he's there to protect.
Yep.
So, and Bob, that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's, I mean, the chewed up window part is, but him being protective of the home is not, because that's what he's trying to protect you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No. More house hippos. So cute.
Yeah.
They just don't stick around long enough.
No, they don't.
I remember seeing things that still make me cry if I see them on Instagram. It's like a dog's perspective of, you know, why I'm so excited when I see you because you're my whole life.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen those where it kind of goes through it.
Yeah, I can't watch those.
I can't either.
Like,
and it's true. And the reason they this always kind of made me feel somehow good. The reason they live such a short life is because they have so much love that they give in that short time.
Like, Javon, if you ever see me wearing my necklace, this right here, that black German Shepherd I showed you, this is some of her ashes. Like,
oh, dude.
I keep it with me and on me at all times, you know, because of that reason. She gave so much to me. So I like to keep a little bit of her with me at all times. You know?
Both of my girls, so my lab, she ended up having like a stroke and like started losing bowel function and started screaming and passed away in the middle of the night at home. And we were holding her. And my other dog, the one I showed with the little baby, she was yipping and whining and crying while the other one was passing away. It was freaking heartbreaking.
Because she knew, oh, that's tragic.
Yeah.
And then the other one 6 months later got bone cancer in her shoulder and it spread, and we had to put her down. And that carrying her was like the hardest, carrying her out.
Yeah.
We were taking her to bury her, and one of the hardest days I've ever had to deal with.
I mean,
that's more rough than majority of funerals I've gone to.
That's heartbreaking. No joke. As tragic as it is to lose one in your arms, that's not as painful, I wouldn't think, because I wasn't here when Ashley passed. But if I'd have been asleep on the couch and she passed by the couch, I would have preferred that rather than having to make the decision to end her suffering.
Yeah. No, 100%. Like when.
But it got to the point where we had to make that decision because.
Oh, I know. It's not.
It was one of those days where like we just realized like she's struggling to go up and down the steps to go outside. She's whining. It's just like that. You make that decision. You're like, today's the day. It's enough. Like, you to that point where because you don't want them to suffer just for your behalf of being around.
That's for being selfish. You're right.
Javon, that cat you just saw, that's the one that adopted me in the neighborhood.
Oh.
Yeah. This is the one that just
found you and stuck by you once it did.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, like it. Kind of tuxedo. It kind of looks like Tippy a little bit.
So I used to have a pair of cats that were brother and sister. They were originally Thelma and Louise until Louise started growing balls. And then we realized Louise was actually Lou.
Lou.
This cat, his name is Francisco, and he looks almost exactly like Lou did. So it's like, oh, this is my Lou 2.0, you know. So I'm whenever what's really dope is when I pull into the garage over here, Francisco will literally run into the garage, and the second I open the door, he'll greet me at the car and will want to like rub up on me before I even get out of the driver's seat. You know?
That's affection.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Dogs are better than people. Like I would trust myself living around dogs more than I would most people.
And I'd be much happier. I'd be much happier.
Oh yeah.
I will definitely take animals over people 90% of the time.
So talking about asshole cats, this is the one that's just a freeloader. That's Puck. So after he comes in and eats my food, if he doesn't want to go right outside, that's where I film my knife videos. And that's where that motherfucker sleeps. And then he gets up and he scratches, makes biscuits on my flag. So he's an asshole, but he's a fighter. But what he doesn't realize is Tippy's a ninja. So that's Tippy laying right there on the ground, the tuxedo. And that's Puck trying to think how he's going to get to the door. Who looks more concerned?
Yeah, exactly.
I've watched them. I watched because they don't get along. They don't hate. I mean, I've seen them laying together, but I watched one day Tippy, the black and white cat, the old cat that sleeps with me every night, is on the first step, and Puck sneaks up coming off the second step and jumps her, and they immediately go into that squall mode. One roll, and gray hair flew everywhere. Puck ran off, and Puck was on top. Puck's gray. Tippy's black. Somehow from her back, Tippy made like him look like a poof ball with hair coming off of it. She's a fucking ninja, dude.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she's a badass.
And
yeah, Shane's seen her stack body. Shane's been here when he's heard something hit the door, and it's a chipmunk body. She's stacking them out there for me.
All right, gentlemen, it's 3 a.m. here. I'm getting
fair enough.
Hey guys, thanks for hanging. I always enjoy it. Tuesday nights are my favorites. I like Fridays, except I can't stay awake for satisfaction. Any guys got any parting news before I peace out?
Come visit me at Blade, dude. That's all I gotta say.
Blade, you're gonna be around Friday night, aren't you? This Friday for said faction?
Oh yeah. I'll be there.
All right, guys. Look out for the guy or gal to your left. Look out for the guy or gal to your right.